Anyway, I already started a character. It's a Deep Elf Elementalist once again. You've been here for about 6 minutes. Hello, Cyredeye. I appreciate you being here for about 6 minutes. Let's see what we can get done today in Crawl. We start and we get a sling, so that's an okay start. Respectable early game weapon. It's probably I wanted to shock there, but sling quivers itself on equip, which is rather annoying. Um, I can use this link to aggravate the monsters into coming towards me into my preferred position. Not bad. Normally I would be deadly terrified of that null on D1, but I think I may be able to kill it. Maybe not. Well, we shall see how it goes. Oh, I miscast shock. Alright, it works. Sweet. We were able to kill the null on D1. D1 null is probably something that you should never fight. I'm glad that I was able to kill it. I didn't really feel like running away. One thing that I don't like about Crawl is running away from things. Just finding a monster that you literally cannot do anything about. I consider that to be rather annoying. So yeah, Foxfire, Sandblast, and Beastly Appendage. There should be a start that legit gets all the level 1 spells, or like a random selection of like 3 or 4 of them. It would be such a powerful start. I think it would be really, really fun too. But I don't know. It's probably too powerful to ever be in the game. A start that gets multiple level 1 spells. A very good thing about the level 1 spells is the fact that they are like damage variety. In this case, I get access to Foxfire, and I also have access to Sandblast and Shock, but Sandblast is completely unusable in the current state, so I'm not even gonna bother with it. Apparently its accuracy was increased, but I'm not gonna touch it until it's faster than 2 turns. I think 2 turns is legit unreasonable for a level 1 spell. In fact, it should maybe not be on a level 1 spell. I'm glad that it's not on Stun Arrow, because I use a Stun Arrow on way more characters and for way longer than I use Sandblast, but yeah, I'm not a fan of the change. But there's nothing that can be done about it, it's just how it is now. It's not gonna change. So yet another spell that was removed from the game. Just like Conjure Flame. Conjure Flame was also effectively removed from the game. Went from being potentially the best spell in any starter book to being completely unusable. Ring of Strength is nice. We are going to grab that. Now I can wear Ring Mail or so without completely crippling my success rates. I would still prefer to have a Ring of Intelligence, of course. Okay, I have a pretty good weapon, but I am still a Deep Elf, so I probably shouldn't have as long as I can. Like, I probably shouldn't have that much. That's what I'm trying to say. Many of these situations, it's probably for the best that I don't tap. But it is a good way to get rid of some very low danger monsters without having to spend mana that is better reserved for, the actual high danger monsters. So yeah, I saw the altar of Jered and I couldn't help but think to myself that I haven't gone Jered since I won my Jered character when it was reworked. How long was that ago? It must have been in this version. Or was it in the previous version? Oh, my bad. Let me search for that. It was last year, on December last year, that the last time that I played a Jered character. If I haven't played Jered, it's for a reason. Yeah, I don't have any plans on playing Jareth in the near future, despite the fact that I haven't played Jareth. It's pretty much the same as with Cat. It's just not a pleasant experience. Mm, Were just some needles back there? Darts. We have poison darts. I am a spellcaster, however, so I don't think I particularly care too much. I can poison things. There's definitely value in poisoning things from afar, but I don't think I mind too much. Um, hmm. I can probably kill Terrence, but it's a bit too sketchy. I would rather not try. Yeah, with some characters I don't pick up darts, and I would say that a very powerful spellcaster like this one is one of those characters. Mm. Earlier today I made some changes to my RC file. I added some force mores. I added I added a thingy to prompt me if I really want to do a thing when I cast Revivification or Death Store, because those spells are very painful to typo. Um, so yeah. By the way, I got a double miscast of Static Discharge at 4% chance to fail. That's really unfortunate. Mm, Maybe don't walk towards Jessica. I wonder if at any point there will be a late game version of Jessica. You know, she's so early into the game that it would be interesting to see what Jessica would be if she was not on D3. She is an apprentice sorceress with Pain, Haste, Slow, and Blink. She has some rather nasty spells, especially Pain. Um, I wonder what she would have later on. Hmm. There are some Jessicas in bolts Jessicas in bolts in like bolt slot. Yeah, she can generate in inside glass and stuff. I think I've had that bolt that places a bunch of early game uniques in bolts at least once. It's a pretty rare bolt actually. Mm, I got Mana Regen and a Ring of Evasion, so far this character has some pretty beast loot, and I'm very happy about it. But beast loot is not as exciting as beast spells. Especially for a spellcaster. I feel like spellcasters can get going with pretty much any loot, um, but they're probably better off if they have good spells. I found fire skills on D4, but I don't think I'm gonna put them on. I don't think they are for my character. I should probably replace my body armor with something else. Okay. Sting is like so, or not Sting, Shock is so powerful. I love that spell so much. Mm, From the level 1 spells, it might be one of the strongest since it can hit multiple monsters, um, and it does so in a corridor. Very few spells can do that nowadays. Pretty much only Shock and Lightning Bolt. So yeah, there's a lot of value in Blink, or not Blink, Shock, but there is also a lot of value in Blink. Mm, 4 Fire Magic. Alrighty. Let's train 9 Air Magic because we're gonna be casting some Earth Strikes later on. You know what? Maybe I shouldn't fight that. It looks like it has a very serious chance of killing me. So I better not fight that. Prince Ribbit and an Ogre at the same time. Rather rough. Okay. I hope that I don't die to this centaur. Oh, I didn't die to it. Oh, never mind. I think I'm gonna die to it. get a potion of curing, but it's maybe not gonna be enough. It has a weapon. Why do you have a weapon? It's mean. Very mean of this center to have a weapon, apart from, its usual bow. It was only a cloth, but still, um, that was sketchy. As much as you like spellcasters, you dislike deep elves. Conjure Flame can be abused easily in hallways. That is indeed the case, and it was much more easily abusable before its ridiculous nerf. I think it got nerfed so much that it was probably better to just remove it from the game. As it is right now, it's only a mockery of what it once used to be. Which, let's be completely fair, what it once used to be was broken, and it didn't really have any place in Crawl, but it's like a very lame in between um, what Conjure Flame currently is, and I am not a fan of it. Two-shotting Hydras with Airstrike. You can certainly do that. So Airstrike can deal quite a bit of damage. I like that now the numbers for the damage and Airstrike are much more transparent to the player. I wonder if I'm gonna be able to kill this ogre. Okay, I was able to. This gives me enough skill to learn swiftness, which, yeah, very important to do that, since swiftness allows me to run for my life. Running for my life happens to be a pretty good thing to do. Ooh, double priests. Please no smites. Please no smites. I did get double paint, which is rather painful, as you would expect. But at least there were no smites. I wonder if I can make it to the stairs. Oh, okay, that also works. I wanted teleport, but I thought that it was gonna be identify. Unfortunately, it was teleport, and this second biggest stack of scrolls is identify. We got some heal wounds, not bad at all. Okay, considering that this level has 2 orc priests, the correct thing to do is to leave it before I stumble upon them and die horribly. That Amulet of Disaster is pretty okay. Amulet of Brilliance is completely worthless. The Amulet of Some is also kind of trash. At least not for my character. It is a complicated thing. If I was like a fighter or a tabby character, I would be able to use fire scales plus the amulet and have just like 8 strength and reflection, which would be pretty good. I think the most noticeable item here is the Ring of the Mage, which will allow me to cast some interesting spells later on. Well, I'm gonna put those 2 things on the quiver. I don't know if I'm gonna buy them immediately. I may immediately come back and buy them if I was to find acquirements, but I still don't know. It all depends on what the acquirement offers me after all. Ignite Poison and Conjure Flame, the infamous Conjure Flame that I was talking about. I'm not gonna get that, but I might get Ignite Poison. I just realized that I skipped D5, and by extension, there's a very real possibility of having skipped the temple. Hopefully, that won't be the case, and I stumble upon the temple on D6 or D7. I will carry this Ring of Fire, and also exclude the Sky Beast. I can probably kill it with Airstrike and Foxfire, but I would rather not to, since it's immune to shock and immune to static discharge, which are pretty much my most reliable ways of killing things. Not to mention that Sigmund was close, so there was also the possibility of aggravating Sigmund as well. Do you often get heavy charm or scale mill or higher eventually with a spellcaster? Or do you abandon it completely and stick to lighter stuff? I feel like on almost every character I wear mid-tier armor or better. It is extremely strange for me to win in Rove. In fact, the Demon Spawn Necromancer that I played earlier this week was a very good example of how rare it is. Um, that character is the first one that I remember in this account, that one with a robe that was not the robe of Folly. Behumet, you got any of that Behumet? No Behumet. I already have refrigeration, so I could go a different goth. I'll do it. I'll be broken with Ashenzari. So yep, having refrigeration here makes me want to turn off air magic and start training. Gonna train this to 8, and after that we're gonna train ice magic to 16. This is gonna be like the last hurrah for ice magic, because I'm pretty sure it's gonna get brutally nerfed in the coming days. Um, Maybe with a bit of luck it makes it past this version, but who knows? There's still a bit too much development time for this version, and I think that developers really want to nerf ice magic because it's good. Yeah, I got refrigeration. So I'm gonna need 16 ice magic, probably less than that, considering that I am a deep elf, and I also have the ring of the archmagi, or the ring of the mage. So who knows? Anyway, this character is gonna be really, really strong. I can guarantee that. Okay. I like Static Discharge quite a bit. I like any spell that ignores evasion. Evasion is so much of a killer in these early parts of the game. Scroll of Torment. I had a feeling about that scroll that I found on D7, like my first instance of a scroll on D7, rather suspicious. And it happened to be a Scroll of Torment. Cunningham Fortitude. I guess I'll curse something. Um, Maybe the Ring of Evasion or the Mana Regen. I'll curse the Ring of Evasion. I don't really see myself taking that off immediately. Okay. Erika has a row of fire resistance. I want to fight her for the row, but she is a bit too strong for me right now. I'd rather not. I'll come back when I can kill her. Maybe by then the rove will be irrelevant, but rather, play it safe. That was quick. I maybe should get more spellcasting since it was so quick. I feel like I had to kill like 3 monsters to get my 8 spellcasting. Insane. 4 intelligence on this scimitar of world downfall. Spoilers right there. I'm gonna use it because of the 4 intelligence. The blink is also an incredible property to have. It is cheaper blink than the one you would get from casting the spell, which is pretty funny. Since this guy went invisible, my only way of killing it is spamming Foxfire, unless it becomes, visible, despite the fact that it is invisible, and I can airstrike it, which I do end up doing. I have fire resistance and airstrike. Yeah, but Erika doesn't have like she has a scimitar of fire, but the most dangerous thing that she does is probably the venom bolt, followed by the force lance and the confuse and the slow. She also goes invisible. Like her whole kit is actually super nasty if you cannot kill her fast, because she can make it so that you die. Like I feel like she beats you in a long fight. And since I cannot just like blow her up immediately, I'm better off just ignoring her, especially with a character as fragile as this one. I hope that didn't wake up Erika. Water moccasin hissing. I probably should leave the level, just to reduce as much the possibility of fighting Erika. very delightful position to be in. In that position, there was nothing to be done other than kill those guys. Like if I was to go upstairs, I would have still needed to fight them. So yeah, I'm gonna use Wand of Light here. It did hit the no sergeant, but it didn't really. Um, oh come on, it's walking straight towards me. I'm gonna re-teleport. If it hits me again, I'm probably dead. Fortunately, it doesn't because of the blind. That was interesting. It was walking towards me, but it was not really attacking me when it was in range to attack me. I wonder if monsters with polearms don't take advantage of the fact that they're using a polearm when they're blinded. Mm. I have so many rings that are probably not gonna see a lot of use. Elements and cunning. I want a curse of elements. I feel like I am going to put it on the scimitar because like that seems like the second most likely thing for me to want to preserve with this character. It has blinking and it has intelligence, so I don't see myself replacing it for a while. Okay. Fighting bees is rather spooky. Oh, this guy has an arbalest. What's up with the orcs on D9 having arbalests? Yeah, I feel like that's kind of insane. Wand of Light. Okay, we do blind the orc. I would like to believe that that reduced some of the damage that I was gonna take from it. But I'm not sure that was the case. I got confused. I have the curing. It's alone. I'm just gonna wait it out. There we go. I knew that it didn't have enough damage output to kill me while I was confused, which is something that can also happen to you if you're playing a hexer. So just keep that in mind. Another guy with an arbalest. Why are orc warriors with arbalests so common nowadays? I wonder if it's gonna stay like that, because if so, any character that can increase dexterity should probably do so and hope to find one of those orc warriors with arbalests and just like win the game, because arbalest on D9 is just obscenely strong. Shoutouts to Shock being a beam spell, allowing me to beat these guys. I'm gonna train fighting to 10 just to have a bit of extra HP. I don't really want to go into Lair with 47 HP. I do want this curse, companions and elements. Any elements curse is a curse that I am interested in. I'm gonna put it on the mana regen. Yeah, the last D12 win, I ended up dying to getting shot by 2 Yaktars. I was at 2 HP, I got shot by 2 Yaktars. Both of them hit me and I died. So yeah. I have swiftness. I can probably use swiftness to run away from this guy. Do you have Trident of Venom? Okay, that's rather annoying. Oh, okay, that's rough. Cannot really run over there because I would pull the Orc Warrior up with me. Hopefully the swiftness lasts for long enough for me to be able to go upstairs. Okay. Yeah, if there's one thing that's good that happened as a result of attacks of opportunity, is the fact that I have gotten accustomed to using swiftness. Yeah, that character had such a bad time in bolts. The saddest part is that it was on the cusp of greatness. But yeah, Starburst just ended up not letting me kill things fast enough. I would say the Starburst is not as good as other spells. Ice magic spells, for example. But don't worry, because ice magic spells are not gonna be better for long. They're gonna get nerfed. I'm gonna kite this to Head Ogre because I have swiftness. Okay, I cannot run. I cannot move anymore. Minus Swift makes it so that you move slowly, so it doesn't make any sense to walk away now. I would just be losing ground on the two-head ogre. Yep. Okay. Shoutouts to airstrike. That was super useful. Or it was super useful there. Mm. Okay, that got kinda scary for a moment. Um, Fighting jacks with such low maximum HP is a pretty rough thing, since they can hit you for up to 18 damage each. Companions and melee combat is a curse that I can easily put on something that I'll soon want to upgrade away from, but I don't know what that is. The Rove. Is it even worth it? I think I'm just gonna ignore that curse. The Orc Wizard dies. Alright. Mm. Another amulet with minus Tele and Spirit? Oh no, this one, or the one that I saw before, had minus Cast and Guardian Spirit. Yeah, minus Tele is equally as bad. Like, both of them make the item completely unusable for my character. There may be a character that wants to use minus Cast and Spirit, or minus Tele and Spirit, but it's not this one. Um, The whites today have had some pretty good items, either highly enchanted or good base weapon type that you actually want to enchant yourself. The kind that doesn't normally generate when I try to play a character that cares about weapons. Sometimes it is like that. Okay, random tarantula. Wonder if it was a shapeshifter, since it is very rare for a tarantula to generate here. I don't think I've ever seen one apart from that one. Mm, okay. Let's go down to the 11. I feel under leveled, but it is because I skipped a couple of levels on my way here. Ooh, I am feeling a little slower. I don't want to be next to that guy when I start feeling a little slower. Trying to get rid of a mosquito. I think I did. Yeah, I got the mosquito. Pretty nice. Um, I hope that I can get rid of more mosquitoes. Do doggers are friendly? Something makes me think they're not. I'm gonna use Wand of Light here, which is extremely powerful on certain characters. On this character is not particularly great, but you know, it's better than nothing. I definitely like having my beam wand this early, despite the fact that it is not as powerful as it would otherwise be. Oh, I'm shooting it in like only one tile. That was very lame. Mm, okay. Alright, you killed the two-head ogre. Wand of Light is your favorite wand? I can see why. Because of stabbing. Yeah, Wand of Light is actually really strong for the purposes of stabbing. Um, Getting those distraction stabs, if it fails to kill, is probably quite nice. Cunning and Alchemy. Do I care? Poison Magic and Transmutations, Dodging and Stealth. We have Ignite Poison, but we don't really have a way to poison for real. So yeah, doesn't really do that much for me. After I am done with fighting, I think the next thing to do is to train for refrigeration. Hopefully by Lur's End I'll have access to it. Until then I'll have to get carried by what I'm already doing, which is rather lackluster, not gonna lie. It's just like a level 1 spell and starting book for Elementalist. Trying to gain some grounds on these jacks, some ground on these jacks. Gonna retreat to the stairs just for safety. Okay. I killed those jacks only with shock. That was quite a lot of value that we got out of shock there. Mm. The spell is pretty much free since I have mana regen, so I can just spam it like crazy. And the only limiting factor is my capability of surviving the dudes that I'm spamming shock against. What's my favorite level 1? No saying apportation. It used to be Sandblast because it dealt some pretty good damage, but then Sandblast got absolutely destroyed. So I would say Freeze. Freeze is the second best one. And I like things that are good. But Freeze is also getting nerfed. So leaving those two aside, maybe Shock. Maybe Shock. More jacks. Lots of jack bands in the entrance to the lair. Okay, there we go. I'm glad that I was able to get rid of that guy. We got a Ring of Evasion. In case I want to destroy the one that I cursed, I have a replacement available. We got some gloves as well. Sweet. Another two-head ogre. This time I am going to loot it over here to make it... yeah, just get hit by super strikes. Amazing. In case you don't know, the damage of our strike scales with the amount of empty space next to a monster. So if there's 8 tiles, like if the monster is surrounded by empty space, it deals double damage. Right now my airstrike deals between 0 and 11 damage, with the chances of that being increased by that mechanic that I just mentioned. So it is a good thing to, take advantage of. I think Ashenzari gives me See Invisible. Is that a thing that you get from Ashenzari? Reveals the unseen. Something makes me think that that is indeed a thing that Ashenzari provides it with. Ashenzari is such a strong god. Oh, the scimitar also makes me fly. It's a nice upside that I hadn't mentioned. Hold on, I don't wanna not carry the Scrolls of Immolation. I wonder if I'm gonna be able to kill this vampire. I usually have serious issues killing vampires. Oh, look at that. The power of air magic. Or, yeah, the power of air magic. It's a mixture between high early game nuke, saving potential and utility versus certain mobs even without imbo investment. Just feel useful at all parts of the early game. Wand of Light. Yeah, but Wand of Light is rather rare. You're not supposed to use it all in the early game. And it also, it does pretty good damage, it scales quite well. There's definitely a fair amount of value in saving it for later. I left at D5 because there were 2 Orc Priests, so I think it might be time to come back and enact my revenge on them. This is a beast of a ring. This is a pretty good ring, I'll put it on. We can probably drop so many things here, actually. Like these and these and these. And these and these. And yeah, we can probably drop all of the rings. Something that's nice about Ashenzari is that since you're going to be cursed, you don't really have to worry about juggling items. It is a downside, but it is just like a downside that happens to make the game a bit more palatable. Because I really don't like juggling items. I've mentioned it before, but that was the thing that truly killed any charm that Kochmind had for me. The constant inventory juggling. And to make it even worse, the menu for inventory switching is just completely awful in Kochmind. So it just didn't work for me. So yeah, in order from most to least favorite level ones, I think it would be maybe Freeze, despite the nerf of Sandblast. Freeze first, then maybe Shock, then Necrotize is pretty nice. In fact, I think it can be Freeze, Shock, Necrotize, Sting, um, Foxfire, Beastly Appendage, and at the very last Sandblast, because Sandblast is completely trash as it is now. Yeah, it's so painful how bad it is. Mm, but it is just the world that we have to live in. Anyway, time to get refrigeration for one last hurrah before it gets nerfed. This should not be a particularly difficult game thanks to refrigeration. Um, Sigmund, but now I'm experience level 11, so it is much different to fight Sigmund at D3 and fight Sigmund at or like at experience level 3 and at experience level 11. I can tank all of what Sigmund does. It ends in a very easy kill. I could use Sigmund's Scythe since it's now like a valid upgrade for a character. I find it interesting, or not interesting, but like I find it nice that it is um, reasonable for a character to want to kill Sigmund early on for potentially an early game power boost. That's a nice, interesting decision for a character to make. That wasn't really there before because Sigmund's weapon was just so completely unusable. Mm, Anyway, since I have willpower, I don't feel so bad about fighting Erika. Um, we get a nice upgrade in the form of this robe of fire resistance. And Erika almost killed me with 2 spell casts. That's why I didn't want to fight her earlier. She hit me with a bolt of poison. And then, I think it was only one spell cast actually. The bolt of poison dealt 33 damage and applied a ton of poison on me. And then I dealt a bit of damage to myself with static discharge. And that ended up in me having 5 HP by the time I killed Erika. But yeah, we were able to survive. Let's go to the next one. Oh, there was a level with Harold, right? Which one was a level with Harold? Or was it Terence? I think it was Terence. Yeah, we can go back and get revenge on Terence for making me run away. What does Terence have? A wand of flame. That's not terrible. I have fire resistance, so it really doesn't worry me. Shock kills Terence. I could have done that at experience level 3 when I entered D3, or 4 maybe when I entered D3, but it was a coin flip because Terence can hit me twice with 20 something maximum HP and just like 2-shot me. So it's just safer to wait. Okay, let's. Oh, there's a Manticore here. I'm probably better off not fighting that one, actually. Oh, look at this delightful entrance to Lair. That is just cute. Scroll of Fear, because I have that. The basilisks, they cannot swim through water, but they don't get cornered by it. That's interesting. I have Airstrike. Why not use Airstrike against those guys? I have Airstrike and I have Mana Regen. Why not Quiver Airstrike? Yeah, that sounds like a pretty good decision to me. Oh boy, like this is gonna be so good. I'm also gonna get to refrigeration really quickly because I have a couple of element curses already applied, so yeah, it's gonna be great. Melee combat and companions is worthless for this character. I'm gonna pass on that. Three-shotting the dreaded Lair 1 Komodo Dragon, or not Komodo Dragon, Black Mamba. Black Mambas are probably the most dangerous thing that you'll find in early Lair due to their extreme speed and extreme damage as well. The combination of those two things make them super nasty. They also have a lot of evasion, so yeah, just to add insult to injury, they can also happen. They also can be the tankiest thing in existence if you get unlucky enough, which was not the case this time, I have to say. But it does help quite a bit that I don't have to worry about them dodging my airstrikes. Beguiling and melee combat. Beguiling is like conjurations, isn't it? Do I care about a beguiling curse? Let me make sure that it is that. Conjurations, hexes, and translocations. I think I can afford to put it on something. Maybe on the roof? On the roof. Whatever. Worst for use is slow. Oh yeah, I didn't even keep slow in mind. It's not terrible, it's not unusable. It's also not very good in my opinion. It can be powerful to slow monsters because at the end of the day you reduce the amount of damage that they deal. I do slow monsters quite a bit myself. I like to do it with Curare. Manual of Conjurations. Buckler of Protection. Those are some pretty juicy items. But I'll come back when I have refrigeration for these guys. Let's see. I don't see cold resistance. Yeah, none of them are cold resistant. So I'll come back when I have refrigeration and they're just gonna die. I'm so close to it. Look at that, 22% chance to miscast it. For my previous character, getting to ignition took me quite a bit because I also started to train it much later. But for this one, getting to refrigeration is gonna be pretty much instant. This is another elements curse that I am going to put on the ring. Yeah, I'm gonna put on the ring. Like the ring is just beast. The other ring can be destroyed if I need to. I was thinking of using the Ring of the Mage, but I don't feel like I need to, because I will already be able to cast Refrigeration. It's already at 11% chance to miscast, and I do, but not twice in a row. There we go. This is gonna be a great character. One last hurrah for Refrigeration, as I've already mentioned. Better get your refrigeration characters in before it gets nerfed into oblivion, as it's probably gonna happen. Okay, having mana regen is pretty nice, as you can see. Allows me to kinda onga bonga this, because like I'm not really playing that well. I'm just spamming refrigeration and then running away. Sweet. What is that? Entrance to Snake, maybe? But torpor snails don't even generate in Snake. I don't know what this bolt could be. What I do know is that getting hit by two torpor snails at the same time can result in quite a bit of pain, as you can see. 34 damage. I got lucky that it wasn't more than that. It was just an altar of Chevriados, guarded by torpor snails. Very fitting. Curses of weapons combat. I couldn't care any less about those. Weapons are so incivilized when I have refrigeration. Around what time do I start switching to heavier armor? You mean? With this character, I can probably do it soon, since I already have like all that I could possibly want for a sizable part of the game. So I would need to find like some items that give me strength because I don't really want to level up strength. And like leveling up strength will allow me to not destroy my evasion when I switch into a heavier armor. It will also help with the success rates of my spells. So when I have like an item that gives me good strength and good armor, that's when I will consider switching to heavier armor. It's not like, oh yeah, like I have to use this ring mail like right now. No, like it's not that much of an issue for me to make such an upgrade. I have previously had characters with very, very low amounts of armor class get to SOT or win the game, or just like be walking around depths waiting for the perfect armor. But that's just my personal playstyle. You might be better off using something in between. Mm, because it can certainly be painful. Gonna get 16 spellcasting, and after that I think we get 15 fighting, and then we maybe think about some defenses or resistances or something. Should have gone upstairs here. Gonna wait for it to reach me. Gonna cast or a static discharge. Static discharge can deal so much damage. It is so good. I think as a level 2 spell is actually kinda broken. Might be one of the best level 2 spells in the game right now. Mm, it does all the things that I like from spells. Um, it ignores evasion. That's probably one of the most important things, if not just straight up the most important thing. Um, it is very easy to get going. It is reliable. It is powerful. Kills things quite well. So yeah, I like that spell that very much indeed. A Catolopas stepping on a dispersal trap is actually really spooky because it could land you on a cloud of petrification dust. Calcifying dust is what it's called. Calcifying dust. Okay. Oh boy, this character is really, really strong already. Also, this looks like a place where I wanna go in and just cast refrigeration instead of air striking each individual bat. Beguiling and introspection. I want that. I want introspection curses. I'll put it on these gloves. It's a shame that I cannot put it on something better, because it's a curse that I would like to have for the rest of the game. 16 spell casting. It's so quick to like. Ashenzari is just so broken. Um, in a character that already has like a plan to win the game, I think Ashenzari is the way to go. Um, and this character definitely has that. Gonna drink a heal once instead of fighting this guy. Alright, it turned out that I was able to kill that guy. Maybe shouldn't have teleported, but it doesn't matter. Um, haven't found potions of attraction with this character. Haven't found portal bolts either. Oh, there it is. Funny thing. We found a potion of attraction, just as I said that I hadn't found one. Now I need to try my theory that I made some changes to my RC file, but they don't seem to really work because the potion of attraction was still left on the floor. Okay, I'm gonna clear this level and then I'm gonna go back and pick it up. Maybe auto explore didn't just like step on the tile for the item. Fortitude and evocations is okay. I like fortitude. Even though it is not immediately useful to my character. It will be useful later on. Can go get that manual now too. Manual of Conjurations in Layer 1. Yeah, I kind of don't want to do so immediately, because there's also the component of not being the tankiest dude around, so being next to 4 ghosts is rather spooky. I'll do it later. Beguiling and Cunning, and I don't have anything else to curse. No helmet, no cloak, no shield. If I want to apply this curse, which I am not particularly inclined to do so, I would have to go get a buckler, which there's a buckler of protection right there in that ghost bolt. Yeah, I think I'll do it. Let's see how it goes. Gonna drink Brilliance, or I would if I had it. Amulet of Brilliance, but no potions of Brilliance. Having Brilliance would be nice for the half mana cost. I have two hastes. I'm gonna use one for safety. That's fine. That's fine. I can't believe that I got lucky enough that none of those four ghosts had cold resistance. Okay, now I can put this curse in the buckler temporarily. I'm probably gonna end up destroying that. I normally like willpower quite a bit, but I don't particularly feel like I need to destroy my current row for that one because I already have a source of willpower. So yeah, my current gear leaves me with very lackluster resistances, but it is okay for this point in the game. Yeah, I'm not picking up attraction. I wish I knew what I have to do with my RC file to pick up attraction and all those other very nice dangerous items. I'm at least okay. I don't have three because yeah, all of those items that I have that I made changes in my RC file. None of them are in my game right now or in my inventory, so I thought that I wasn't picking them up. Sucks when you go Ashenzari and are missing slots like Cloak and Helm still. It can be bad, but like it's not gonna be something that haunts my character. My character is incredibly strong because I got refrigeration. So I'm just gonna get carried off the back of refrigeration. I can do that to kill a very sizable amount of dudes that we are gonna be encountering for quite a while. For quite a while indeed. There it is, a potion of 3. Oh, I was wondering about why it was identified, if it was the first one that I've seen. Oh, it's marked as useless because I'm a worshipper of Ashenzari and everything gets destroyed? Or why is... Oh, no, because I have a minus potion. Okay, that would be why. So many jacks. Fortunately, I have refrigeration, so I don't even need to get fancy with Scroll of Immolation to get rid of all of them. Alchemy and Cunning. I don't think I care about Alchemy and Cunning. Ouch, don't do that. That's rather rude of you, Uru. Those are my charges of Ice Blast. It is nice to have Ice Blast, I have to say. I don't think I like Wand of Roots as much as I like Wand of Ice Blast. But it may be that I have been playing characters that are not well equipped to, you know, support Wand of Roots. Ashenzari is so broken. Ashenzari truly is like such an insane god. Look at that screen, and it's layer 6, and this looks already so insane. I'm gonna train this to 12. Gonna train evocations to 12 as well, and then we shall go from there. I have ignition. I could get ignition. Pretty much getting all of the spells that I would get to go to a 15 rune run, but I am kinda not really craving a 15 rune run after the one that I did the other day. So I am going to absolutely not do a 15 rune run until the tournament. And in the tournament I'll do only one because because I think it's boring. I don't like 15 rune runs. They're not that exciting to me. The excitement lies in the early to mid parts of the game. After a certain point, yeah. Like I get it now. There were some crawl veterans that said that the game ended at like D15. And I never really understood it until recently, where I've like in all those games that I've had recently, where I've been in SOT or like in depths 4 by like experience level 22 or so without like a third rune, and I'm like I could go in and I could probably win the game, but the game forces me to get a third rune. I get it now. Yeah, I absolutely get it. Mm, Walking away to regen my HP, or to regen my mana, since after all I have mana regen. Mana regen is such a powerful thing to have on a powerful spellcaster like this one. Mm, yeah, I have sickness, but it probably won't be an issue at all. I don't think guys will hit me. Yeah, I'm at full HP. Like it's nothing. 12 dodging. So quickly, so quickly. Evocations. I did say evocations. Level 14. You know, another very nice thing about having refrigeration, I can use it to go into slime, and I can do so rather early too. Um, like I could theoretically do slime, probably not as my first rune, because after all, having HP is a nice thing for the purpose of not dying to slimes. But I can probably like do it as my second rune and be okay. It is resistant to everything. I didn't see that it was resistant to everything. That explains why it's not death. Mm, Also means that I probably shouldn't bother trying to affect it with lightning rod or with static discharge. Those are not gonna work against these. Ice blast. Okay, we got rid of that one at least. It would be nice if I had a spell that hit for physical damage, you know, a stone arrow, but I do not have that. I have Sandblast, which I refuse to use in its current state. I didn't think that guy was gonna kill me from that amount of HP, but I also had a rather difficult time killing it myself, so I just left. Mm, okay, I think Airstrike is the way to go. Fulminant Prism and Spellforge Servitor. A nice addition to my character, Spellforge Servitor. I'm probably gonna use it. After all, I have a manual of conjurations and I have like 2 conjurations curses. So this is gonna get insane once I start training for that. I think the moment that I train for that is when I find Iron Shot or Firestorm or Crystal Spear, and I'll also get Servitor. Mm, You've been really liking distortion weapons and spellcasters when you run out of mana. You do lose out on a stat stick, but it seems to cover your mid game. To push monsters away from you or to banish them, it's not terrible, definitely not. But I'm not gonna do that with this character. Yeah, like Deep Elf is for exploding things using mana. It's not really for much else. Though it does have a bit of a niche nowadays with its +3 range weapons, a skill that you can see right here. I've won a couple of Deep Elves with ranged weapons. They are playable for sure. Not as strong as its magic counterparts, in my opinion, but playable nonetheless. Mm, we found an ice cave. I don't have cold resistance. It is probably in my best interest not to go there. Um, but it is not a difficult ice cave. It's not a hard one. So maybe I can do it. Would be much better if I had access to a spell that deals real damage. I guess I have Starburst. I don't really have Starburst. Like, it says here that I have Starburst, but do I really have Starburst? No. Like, let's take a look at the damage. Let's take a look at the damage. 6 dice of 10. Okay, that's pretty respectable damage. What about Fireball? 3 dice of 14. But Fireball doesn't miss. I'm gonna get Fireball. Yeah, 8 Fire Magic, 8 Conjurations. Fireball is definitely castable. And off the back of Fireball, I can probably do this. Before going in, I would rather clear the area surrounding it, just in case that I have to get out in a rather uncontrolled situation, and I would prefer not to be forced into a fight immediately upon getting out. Is what I'm trying to say here. Mm, there we go. Harold, but I have 7 mana, so I cannot kill Harold yet. Let me regen just a teeny tiny bit of mana so I can fight Harold. There we go. Back to full mana. Let me get rid of Harold, and then we're going to go in. Mm, yeah, Harold spawning alongside some orcs is not terrible, since it allows me to just use my mana on refrigeration to kill both of the orcs and Harold at the same time. And now refrigeration for the heavily armored dude because it ignores armor class. Um, and let's go in. So I think I did the right choice by getting into a fight before coming in here. Since after all there were a ton of dudes, if I had been forced to run for my life here, it probably wouldn't have gone well. And yeah, when it comes to fire magic, I might do some of it. If I get Firestorm, I would definitely go for it. But who knows? Kite Shield of Cold Resistance is probably gonna be useful later on. That's in fact the reason why I wanted to go here. I wanted some sources of cold resistance for later in the game. Mm, for bolts. If you don't have cold resistance for bolts, bad things will happen to you. Hey, look at that! I took 74 damage in a single turn because I dared let a monster be next to me. In a position where it was very difficult for me not to be next to a monster that is also super fast. To be completely fair, I do not have fire resistance or cold resistance here, so yeah, these guys will blow you up if you don't have cold resistance. Mm, at least it's not a hard ice cave, so I don't have to fear ice fiends. And yeah, the Tin of Tremorstones is also not being auto-picked up, so whatever I did with my RC file, I have to change. I guess I don't have to auto-pick it off because I already have one, but I need to make some more changes to my RC file. Someone asked me to make a video about RC files, but like I'm not really good enough with RC files to do a video about that. I can make a video talking about my own, but yeah. If you want to know more about RC files, my recommendation is to read the manual. That's definitely the best way to know what you can and can't add to your RC file without like writing up some crazy script that I wouldn't be able to provide to people anyway, since I don't know how to script myself. Scroll blinking is nice. MCC. I am not gonna get MCC. I feel like MCC is not really a deep elf spell. I like this character. This is definitely very straightforward, very powerful spellcaster. I maybe should step away from that because I don't have the HP to survive being standing in clouds of cold. I think I killed the ice cave or the ice statue. Yep. And we got crystal plate of cold resistance. I feel like it happens every time when I don't care about it. Every time. Is ice form worth using? Depends on the character, not on this one. On a transmuter, on a character that wants to punch things, yeah. I would say that ice form is equivalent to a scimitar or a war axe. It's not something that you're gonna win the game with, but it definitely will get the job done while you have to use it. But you're also kind of looking forward to upgrading away from it. That's my opinion on ice form. Not bad by any means, not something to avoid, but something to upgrade away from eventually. What do you have today, Ghost? No cold resistance, I see. Lots of evasion. Yeah, I can kill that. I'm gonna do it soon. Evocations and melee combat. I also went in there with the hopes of finding a cloak, but it was not to be, not this time. Okay, are we done? I find it pretty funny that I could see some monsters in an area of the level that is pretty much unreachable to me. What is up with that? What is up with this? That's weird. Is this like I wonder if it's bugged or if it's a bolt that generates like this, so you actually like dig out the gold. I would not be able to tell unless I was an Ashenzari worshipper or um, a ghost egg worshipper. There we go. 4 casts of which got rid of that ghost. Like it was nothing. Mm, which is kinda broken, so the nerfs kinda make sense, but I still not a fan of nerfs. I am more of a fan of the idea of changing other weaker spell schools into being as powerful as ice instead of making ice weaker. I should drink cancellation to get rid of the petrify. I should read. I should have used a file of lots if I had it. I don't have it. Okay. I got hit for 34 by grasping roots. That's quite a lot of damage. Very much unexpected. I hope that I don't die to Jorgun. Okay, I was partially expecting that blink to fail. I'm glad that it didn't. Okay, you killed Jorgrun. We got a Staff of Earth out of that. That I unfortunately don't think I can take advantage of. Classic Orc Warlord Bolt. It's probably gonna be really easy for this character. I want to do it last, however. Doing it last is a benefit that I get from being a worshipper of Ashenzari. Elements and Evocations is a curse that I would love to have, but I need a cloak in order to, apply it to an item. Maybe I shouldn't have rushed to apply the curse into this buckler, because the curse that I put on the buckler is rather lackluster, and I have been receiving some pretty alluring curses after cursing the buckler. Maybe this will be an armor shop, distillery. I think there was an armor shop over here. Yeah, so it's time for me to open that. I don't even have to rest my mana or anything, because fortunately mana regen takes care of that. Okay, wish I could close the door, but it's fine. Saint Roca, huh? Okay, that's unexpected, but not unkillable. Immolation, in refrigeration. Doesn't kill Saint Roca. In fact, Saint Roca barely cares about that. Would be nice if I had refrigeration. Double smite from Saint Roca. Why is Saint Roca? Oh, Saint Roca is hasted. Okay. I could kill this, but I unfortunately don't have that much HP. Cannot risk getting double smitten again. Cannot drink potions. I'm gonna have to use fear or blinking. Gonna use fear. We're still healthy enough that we can use we can use healing or like fear, sorry, in order to run away. Gonna leave the level because I would rather heal to full HP before getting into a fight with anything else for safety. And when I said leave the level, I meant just like rest in the stairs. There was no need to leave the level there. But it is a very good practice to rest on the stairs and go upstairs if you really need to run away. What do we train for now? Maybe let's train up for that manual of conjurations. Okay, there's Saint Roca. Not hasted anymore, but yeah. Saint Roca may not be hasted, but I also don't have access to all the damage that I used to with the immolation and stuff. So I'm gonna have to do this in a different way. I'm gonna use Curare to slow Saint Roca. Yeah, I'm gonna use Curare to slow Saint Roca. Misses. It's fine. I can go and pick it up. Oh, Saint Roca has a launcher. That's terrible for me. I'm gonna try to net first now. And then I'm gonna try to Curare. It works, because it would be very weird if it didn't. Brilliance, I have one. It's worth it. I always win the game with Brilliance in my inventory anyway. And then with Refrigeration away Saint Roca's health. We preserved the Curare and the net. Saint Roca was not very difficult for this character. Randart Spear, which is probably not going to be good. No cloaks yet. Very unfortunate. No helmets either, so no applying that curse, it seems. I may want to buy that spear. I'll buy it, because what else am I going to buy? It's good. It's actually really good. I kind of want to break what I currently have to replace it for this spear. Wait, before I do, what? Yeah, we got swamped. That's why I was hesitating. I think I am going to break it after I do swamp, so I can preserve the flying. I don't care about any of those things. It was a very nice acquisition. Not very common for such a thing to happen. Let's go back to the dungeon. I can probably kill that manticore now. Okay. I got Polar Vortex. Should I go for Polar Vortex? Probably. Yeah, like, I have it. I think I can wait on Conjurations, since after all I don't really have a crazy thing that motivates me to go for that. But I do have a crazy thing that motivates me to go for Ice Magic. So 24 Ice Magic is what we're gonna train for. And yeah, it's gonna be pretty strong. We're probably gonna have access to Polar Vortex by the time I get my first rune. Goes to show how crazy it can be to go Ashenzari once you already have something that you can, like anything, that you can use to win the game. Ashenzari can just make you run at that point. Yeah, refrigeration is busted. Better take advantage of it before it gets nerfed. And it is going to get nerfed, absolutely. Skeletal Warriors happen to be one of the few things that I don't do well against, because they have cold resistance. A port, let's get that. I can probably kill the Skeletal Warriors with refrigeration. That's a very lackluster trident. If I was looking forward, or rather, I am looking forward to destroying my weapon, right? But not for that. Maybe airstrike. There we go. I knew that I had the power output to actually kill one of those guys, even without refrigeration. It's getting kind of spicy. That's why I cast a swiftness there, to be able to run away. I decided to stop at around, you know, the amount of HP that I did, 40 or so, a bit below 50%, because I didn't think it was gonna hit me for that, and I thought that I may have needed to run away. I'm gonna do the same now. The same here against that one. Mm, yeah, it's very nice that I can actually kill these guys with Airstrike. It really makes you appreciate Airstrike so much. It is such a good spell because it actually lets you kill everything if you start an Elementalist. And unfortunately, the same cannot really be said for other backgrounds except for Ice Elementalist. Ice Elementalist can kinda do whatever it wants since it's such a powerful start. We got a helmet, that's nice. Mm, I can curse that, but I won't curse it immediately. I'll curse it when I receive a curse that is worth it. Mm, I don't want to mess with that Boulder Beetle. I don't want to mess with this two-headed ogre. At least now that I have 100 HP, I finally broke the 3-digit barrier. I can just, not explode to it, which is a rare luxury for some characters. We got a cloak! Yay! We finally have a full inventory. That's so nice. Finally a cloak. I was hoping for a cloak of cold resistance in the ice cave. We got crystal plate instead, which I was never gonna use. I didn't even carry it out. Oh, center warriors. Hold on, let me cast swiftness. It's faster than I am? No way it's faster than I am while swift. It may be, actually. It may be. It's certainly getting some attacks on me. And I am about to lose the swiftness. I have attraction. I have 3 attraction. Probably should do that. Just gonna wait for all of them to appear and then start refrigerating. Pretty good. Yay for cloaks and helmets. Yeah, indeed. This is the entrance to vaults. It has an Efreet, which dies in a single shot of airstrike, because of course airstrike or not airstrike refrigeration will do that. Elements and cunning. I like that one. I'll get that. Okay, it is a strange occasion to actually be able to deal with centaur warriors. Centaur warrior skeletons. I feel like I am so conditioned to not being able to do that with some characters, but this one can fortunately do that indeed. Let me learn Polar Vortex because I'm gonna do that. Let's also learn. Oh no, apply the curse. Elements and cunning. We can apply it on whatever. On the cloak. And now the only thing left for me to curse is this helmet. And after that I will be fully bound. I was thinking of breaking my scimitar once again, but yeah, we are going to do that at some point after I do swamp, since I value having flying for swamp. Is actually a nice property. And the opportunity cost of just like retaining it is rather low. So might as well just stick to it for now. Okay, I have to say that I am somewhat intimidated by the center warrior skeletons. When they're being supported by a skeletal warrior, that is. They already deal a fair amount of damage themselves, and I cannot run away from them. The skeletal warrior adds a lot of damage. But yeah, I feel like with the spell set that I have with this character, it's gonna be very unlikely that I die, especially since I already got Polar Vortex. The only thing that I'm truly missing is probably Firestorm. And Firestorm is like entirely optional for this character. I only want it because I have a manual of conjurations that I can take advantage of if I get Firestorm. A single cast of Refrigeration one-shot all of those guys. 4 dice of 15. I guess it is a sizable amount of damage. Okay, I feel like I am in a perpetual state of being worried when I'm fighting those guys. Centaur warriors. Another ghost that's not called resistant. That's so unlucky for the ghosts. The bolt itself doesn't have any items that I particularly care about. Maybe acid scales, since they are very respectable for the purposes of endgame armor. But I think I'm gonna abstain from fire scales or from acid scales. There's a good chance that I'll win with only a roof because I have polar vortex. Mm, Actually, having polar vortex is a good enough reason to go a bit higher than only a roof. I feel like I have to mention that. I don't have mana. Lodul is gonna be annoying. Lodul also has a wand of light, and of course a ton of damage. Yeah, affected by anti-magic but not silence. That's so rough. Tino Tremorstones. That kills Lodul. Perfect. Oh, Firecraft. Why is there a Firecraft here? Anyway, let me go upstairs. It's probably a shapeshifter. Cunningham Fortitooth. Cunningham Fortitooth. Does it matter? Not really. Polar Vortex is at 28%. After I am done training Ice Magic, I also need to train a bit of spellcasting to get Polar Vortex going. Probably not 24 spellcasting, but probably somewhere around 20. Oh, acquirement. Let's see what we got here. That ring is really good. I feel like that ring is something that I would like to use at some point. The Staff of Wukat Mu is kind of a trap item. It can do some nasty things to you with the channeling. Let's examine it just for a bit. At the risk of damaging the user's mind, so it reduces your intelligence, like it drains you of a little bit of intelligence sometimes whenever it refunds mana to you, which unfortunately stacks up and becomes extremely annoying. So I'm not gonna acquire that. I'm probably gonna acquire the ring because the ring is significantly more appealing. In fact, I'm gonna do so right now. It is extremely unlikely that I'll find a ring that's better than this one. There's a good chance that my loot eventually evolves in such a way that the ring becomes rather obsolete and I can use a different, weaker ring. But the ring is pretty great. Yep. Again, the Bonk Cloud Bolt. I thought that it was supposed to be on the rarer side of bolts, but I've gotten it quite frequently this last couple of games. It's a shame that it places a piece from some's chessboard, which is a rather worthless item. I'll get this curse. Beguiling and Elements, and now I am fully cursed. 6 pips of Piety. And so, I am now the champion of Ashenzari. Wow, that was quick. Let's train spellcasting now. Polar Vortex is at 11%. Let's cast these for the first time. Yeah, I bet these guys were not expecting to fight a debuff with Polar Vortex by D15. I was not expecting to have Polar Vortex by D15, but that's just what Ashenzari does. And as you can see, Polar Vortex is just obscene. It will kill anything that is inside it. And since you don't really have to cast it multiple times per fight, I can easily get away with using it at my current success rate, which is 10%. And going down too, because I'm training spellcasting. Man, Ashenzari is just so strong. Definitely the best god in the game. I'm a bit surprised that Ashenzari is still as powerful as it is, despite all the nerfs. I think the current version of Ashenzari is more powerful than the ancient one. Used to be that Ashenzari, yeah. Well, you know Ashenzari pre-rework, right? I assume that most of the people here do know about Ashenzari pre-rework. But it was a very different Goth. I would say that it was significantly weaker. It also had some very sketchy things in its kit. Like the scrying thing was an active ability. It did have like some of the greatest things that current Ashenzari has, but it was just weaker and weirder too. Mm, Scary shapeshifter. Let's go to Swamp, and after that, we are going to destroy my current Scimitar. I anticipate that I am not gonna have many issues casting Polar Vortex after destroying the Scimitar, despite the loss of intelligence. I don't think it should really be an issue. And even if it is, I can just train more Ice Magic. Mm. So yeah, something funny about Polar Vortex is that it destroys trees sometimes. You get a message that says a tree falls to the furious winds. Um, so yeah, powerful enough that it destroys trees. Mm. Oh boy. Getting Polar Vortex for this part of the game is actually like crazy ridiculous. I absolutely shouldn't have it for this part of the game. But I have it and I am going to take advantage of it. And I'm also going to miscast it and I am going to lose all of my mana with a Mighty Hydra running towards me. And I'm gonna be very afraid. Oh boy, this is gonna hurt me, right? Yeah, I might die. Um, Fortunately, I managed to teleport away. Mm, the risks of pressing refrigeration a bit too much, running out of mana. At least running out of mana is a bit more benevolent than just straight up dying as you would um, with melee. Like if you were tabbing too much without care for your HP, you would probably die. Mm, Potion of Brilliance. I do want that. I need to drop something for it, however. I have so many enchant weapons and enchant armors. The enchant armor will probably go towards whatever body armor I get after I take off this robe. It is not a robe of willpower, is it? It is a robe of fire resistance. I do have willpower, I know that, but I don't know where it comes from. The changes to the items make it rather uncomfortable to check for that. But yeah, okay, it is from this ring. And the ring that I'm gonna destroy to put on this other ring that I have is this one. So I will lose 4 evasion. But I'm okay with that because like I already have all the firepower that I'll need for the rest of the game. And so I can dedicate some sizable amounts of experience towards training defensive skills such as armor, dodging, shields, mm, but not stealth. Stealth is absolutely a defensive skill, but it's not one that I am particularly interested in training for today with this character. Mm. Oh, I have no poison resistance. Yeah, important to remember that before spending any turns in a cloud of poison. Mm. Maybe I should get some skills, but I don't have some skills in the floor. I would be surprised if by the end of this I didn't have them. However, I think one of my rings will, like, yeah, this ring will give me poison resistance. That ring, the one that I don't have equipped, has poison resistance. Okay, in that case, I would miss resistance to corrosion, or do I have that? No. Okay, in that case, acid scales is what I would like to get. Um, I would like to enchant those. I hope that I happen to find them. But yeah, Acid Chaos is probably gonna be what I will use for the rest of the game. Perfect for my character. More protective than Ringmail and just as heavy as it is. Mm, so not very heavy and very good for the purposes of, not dying. Cannot drink potions in my current state, and I'm at 38 HP. I made some mistakes here. You're not affected by silence. That's an issue. I would like to silence you to, not die, but it may be beyond my possibilities. Ice Blast. Okay. It's almost dead. It's not. There's no way it survives next turn. And Noma Bone magically twists into a wand of Ice Blast. Sweet. I would like to not be at 28 HP in the vicinity of an alligator. If I die with this character, that would be so sad, but I don't think it's gonna happen. Okay, I can cast Polar Vortex again. Drink Heal Wounds just for safety. It got me so much HP back, 32. Getting 32 HP back is actually like so much for this character. So much maximum HP wise. Yeah, that's what I meant. I switched the position of Airstrike, but I don't know if I'm convinced by it. I think I'm just gonna switch it back to where it was before. Who would have guessed that like Polar Vortex would be so good in Swamp? It is that kind of thing that like it's rather difficult to know about because after all you're not gonna realistically have it by this point in the game unless you're like one of the craziest deep elves possible. In this case, Ashenzari kinda sponsored this much more than Behemoth would. Behemoth gives you access to it, but if you already have it, Ashenzari lets you cast it so much faster than Behemoth can. Some spooky monsters here. Some rather high level monsters for Swamp, I have to say. I can kill that other ghoul. I was just retreating because I was not sure that I was on cooldown for Polar Vortex. But I was. So many ghouls. What's up with that? Lesser Beckoning. Do I care about Lesser Beckoning? Not really. Some loot. Not particularly exciting loot or anything, but loot at the end of the day. Oh, you know what's funny? I can use refrigeration here, and it hurts the dudes through the grate. Because grates are like that. There's a reason why grate is an extremely rare dungeon property, because it can be used to a very good extent by the players. Like, players can get a lot of value out of using grate. Monsters can too, but whenever monsters use grate, it's like really annoying for the player. I'm glad that bolts with monsters behind grate are on the uncommon side of things. Like there's that one with the draconians that everyone dislikes, but that's gotta be like the most famous bolt with grates. There's also some in Pandemonium with like eyes or other nasty demons inside. But those ones are not really seen that often due to the nature of them being in extended. Where do you get a couple more strength I need? I can get them from leveling up. Like if I level up to 21, 21 is my next level up, I could get more strength, or I could equip an item that gives me strength, which I don't have yet, but maybe. Um, I like this, however. I really like this. I would probably want to stick around with that. Hmm. I especially like the resistance to electricity that it provides. Okay, Mr. Turn Hunter, let's do this. Let's do this, Mr. Turn Hunter. A spear I'm highlighting is on the bottom right on the screen. Oh, I. Oh yeah, you don't see the entire property. Nah, you do. You see it in cons or in tiles. This one, resistance to electricity, cold resistance. Um, and then there's this ring as well. The ring is poison resistance, cold resistance, resistance to negative. I'm only lacking something that happens to have like +3 strength or so. But even if I don't find anything like that, my next level up goes to strength and I am set for the rest of the game with my comfy swamp scales. When I was highlighting it on the right side of the screen, not bringing up my full inventory in tiles, it's got up there. Oh, I see. But yeah, like I highlight things in console because I play in console. In fact, I would love to be able to, stream in console so that people see what I'm highlighting and stuff. I could even capture the mouse if I was streaming in console, but very few people play crawl in console now, so I just have to do it the way that I'm doing it. Mm, Console is the devil. I don't know about that. Like console. Console is good. I've been playing console for 11 years and I don't really have any plans to change. I did play tiles once, and I have 100% win rate in tiles, but I don't want to go back to tiles. The Rondrake one was, I think, a Baraki Arcane Marksman, or was it an Elementalist? I don't remember exactly which background it was, but it was a Baraki. Um, Okay, I would rather retreat and regen my HP, or my mana rather. My HP is pretty much untouched. Yeah, the power of refrigeration and polar vortex definitely lets me do some wonders without having to worry about my HP. I just deal so much damage that things don't have time to hurt me. You're not a super fan of tiles either? I personally don't like tiles because, well, to begin with, I learned to play crawl in console, so at this point it would be kind of relearning how the monsters look and that kind of thing, and I don't want to do that. But also, there's some features like when the next time it happens, and it's probably gonna happen in bolts. There's some monsters that have some indicators in console that they just straight up don't have in tiles, because in tiles they have visual indicators over their tile, but the visual indicators that they have in tiles are tiny and very difficult to see. So, in my opinion, they don't do anything. So, I just end up losing a thing that I did have in console over a thing that tiles doesn't do well enough for me to want to use. That's like just one example of a thing that I like about console that I don't like about tiles. Mm. You find crawl in general clunky on setting up hotkeys. Really? Like, oh, that's not the key. This one is, this screen, it's gotten upgraded or like updated. I think in 0.28 it happened. I don't really make a lot of macros, but you can make a macro. You just have to press a key, let's say press 9, and then I could make a macro that casts Polar Vortex. Wow, the first time I used the macro to cast Polar Vortex, I miscast it. I wonder if it's not. I hope that it's not a signal or something. Mm, so yeah, there's no way we don't get swamp skills out of these. I wish I was at higher HP, unable to drink potions. That's gonna happen quite a lot with this character. Me running out of mana because I cast too much refrigeration, and then being unable to drink mana. Ooh, Lerny. Okay, that's doable. Very easily doable, in fact. But I wanna be at full HP. Swiftness is what I'm gonna cast to run away from Lerny. And then I would like to get out of the level. Unfortunately, there's a ton of water in the way, so Lerny is gonna catch up to me. When Lerny gets close, which is gonna happen soon, I should wreath. Summoning this is actually gonna work well enough. The alligators will just stall for me. Okay, Lerny got very quickly healed there. Did something heal Lerny or something? Okay. Oh, look at that! The alligator got my teeth by the dying Spriggan Druid, even though the Spriggan Druid was it an ally or an enemy? I think it was an ally because yeah, because the Lerny didn't get my teeth. Okay, okay, okay. It's weird that Spriggan Druids can do that even if they are allies of yours. But I'm not gonna complain about it. Okay, let's do this, Lerny. Shouldn't be difficult to deal with Lerny with Polar Vortex. Okay, I see some swamp scales. We could use that as a placeholder for acid scales. I really want acid scales. Um, there was a ghost bolt with an acid dragon. Hopefully we can get acid scales out of that one because the acid resistance is gonna be nice for the purposes of doing slime. There we go. As I mentioned, Lerny was not an issue in any way whatsoever. Very few monsters will be now that I have Polar Vortex. They just take ridiculous damage. The only monsters that are truly scary are the ones that can kill me before I can kill them. Which Polar Vortex doesn't really excel at killing monsters quickly. So yeah, there's gonna be a couple of those. It's not that ridiculous of a claim as it may seem like at first glance, especially as a deep elf. Deep elves are much better off with Firestorm than with Polar Vortex, but I got what I got, and I am going to make use of what I got. Imagine fighting Mighty Lerny in melee. Oh, it would be painful. Um, yeah, I would probably explode with this character, so I will very much try to stay away from that. Mm, let's see here. I'm not doing Spider yet, but now that I am done with Swamp, I think I can destroy my item and replace it um, with the other one. I can probably also replace the other item. Shatter the chains. Goodbye for evasion. Put on this ring. Shatter the chains. Goodbye scimitar. Check polar vortex. It actually, oh no, it's not because I lost the intelligence. It's because I lost two different curses. Makes polar vortex go to 12%. That's actually fine. I don't have issues with that because it is still castable. Anyway, let me step away for a bit. I am going to take a bit of a break. I'll be back in around 5 minutes or so. Um, and yeah, I'll be back to play more of these characters in just a minute. So please don't go anywhere. Thank you for your patience. Okay, I'm back. Thank you for the patience. We're ready to continue. Hmm, alrighty. So, I am going to do bolts and it should be fine. Ooh, this is actually not a terrible thing to come across. Jelly Slayer, the quick place, but it doesn't even have resistance to corrosion. Um, in fact, it's not very good at killing jellies because slimes are resistant to poison. The battle axe would be much more appealing to me if I had access to, or if it was not a two-handed item. Yeah, as a two-hander, I would need to lose my buckler and therefore lose all of my curse in order to be able to use it, and that's not really that appealing. Um, mm, yeah, I have that kite shield of cold resistance. I think the most appealing thing of this spear really is the resistance to electricity. If only it had fire resistance, it would be a much better item. Mm, I think that I should probably stop training spellcasting and train some dodging. Yeah, 21 dodging is what I'm gonna be training for. Since I already have quite a bit of spellcasting, I am pretty sure that I'm not gonna need more for a while. Mm, So yeah, resistance to corrosion. I should go back and try to kill that ghost vault. Yeah, I think I can do it. Um, Went in there without a lot of regard for these guys. They were not more powerful than my refrigeration. Okay, it would be funny if this Yoctor Captain killed me. One shot and it dealt 59 damage, so it is very clearly capable of doing such a thing. Um, I went for refrigeration. It didn't really shoot at me, and I don't know why, but might as well take advantage of it. They shoot slowly or something. Anyway, the actors dealing so much damage is pretty lame. But I think it's always been like that. They just always hit you for a lot of damage despite your armor class and evasion. Um, with ice magic, you can take advantage, or like you can also do the same to monsters. At least for now. That's probably not staying in the game for much longer. We are going to go do the ghost thingy that I mentioned. D13. The ghost has oh, nice! I got vanished. The chances of me getting vanished there were like super low. That's why I was actively repositioning against that wizard, like 5%. So yeah, 5% chance to get vanished. Pretty unlucky. At least I am playing a version where you get experience of killing things in the abyss. And I have Polar Vortex, so I clearly won't have issues killing things in the abyss. My issues will be with not dying to the things that I see in the abyss. I could even get the rune here. I see a gate. I wonder if it's a real gate or if it's just an empty arc of ancient stone, as they so often generate here. No, it is actually an exit. I'll take it. Yeah, you're not vanishing me again. That was pretty sketchy, but fortunately it wasn't dangerous at all. Let's go do that thing on D13. Is it really on D13, like that ghost? Um, it's this one, right? Yeah, it's this one. I was a bit intimidated because it had like a fire giant, but I think I can do it. Like the only thing that's truly dangerous is um, maybe the Sphinx. It can paralyze me. It could ruin my day with paralysis. Hmm. I am not too intimidated by these guys. Polar Vortex, refrigeration, and there we go. Yep, And I did get my acid scales. My only source of fire resistance is the robe that I'm using, so I'm gonna hold on to the acid scales for just a bit. I look forward to putting them on and going to slime and just killing everything with polar vortex and refrigeration. Those two spells are incredible for slime. Refrigeration more than polar vortex, but polar vortex kills things that are cold resistant like azure jellies. I can also use immolation for that purpose, but you shall see when I get there. Um, with the power level of this character, I either die in bolts, as it has happened in the past, or I win the game very quickly within the rest of this stream. Introspection. Do I care about introspection? Not really. I'm gonna pass on that curse. I got marked, but at least I didn't get hit by the Yoctor. I just realized that I'm only experience level 17. I must have missed some experience at some point, or I may have gotten rather low amounts of experience this game. Mm, some of the levels that I have seen. Ooh, translucent helmet. Ah, come on, like that's so disappointing. Range combat and fortitude. Nah. At this point, I can afford to wait. I'll wait for a curse that the two curses are appealing to my character. But yeah, very, very disappointing to get a Randart helmet and have it be good except for one property that makes it completely unusable. It was so close to being really good. Mm, the unrestrained Alex and an Asian Lich. You know what? I'm probably better off waiting for that guy to. Ooh, 97. Okay. I have Polar Vortex active. I think I could reasonably use silence to make sure that this guy doesn't kill me. But yeah, that's lame. That's quite lame indeed. 97 damage in a single turn. Mm, the worst part about this is that it's an ancient lich in Bolts 1. I think the correct thing to do is to just blink away for my life instead of trying to get fancy with silence. Yeah, now I'm safe. I would like to believe that I'm safe. I am close to the exit, so I'm just gonna use swiftness and run to the exit. Mm, It cannot do anything to me while I'm running away, right? I can try to petrify me. 21% chance to succeed. It's gaining ground on me. That's extremely dangerous. If I had summoning, this would be the time to summoning. If I had butterflies, this would be the time to butterflies. Butterflies would be really good here. It would be so much better than Foggle. I think I might have to just do a second blink just for safety. I'm gonna go for it. Would rather just like be left with only one blinking than die. Bolts 1. Bolts 1 can be pretty ridiculous at times. I can probably go to Elf. Elf is like Bolts 1 with dudes that can also one-shot me, but at least I can one-shot them in return. So if I don't one-shot them, they one-shot me. Unfortunately, the Lich can one-shot me, but I cannot one-shot it. The best way for me to deal damage to that Lich is to use Polar Vortex, and Polar Vortex takes a while. Not to mention that I've cast Polar Vortex before in SOT against Liches, and sometimes they don't get killed by a single Polar Vortex, which can be extremely worrisome. That's actually the thing that made me not want to get fancy with silence. Um, the Earth Elemental barely took any damage from that Polar Vortex. A shame. There we go. A proper one in an open area deals a lot more damage to that guy. I wonder if Polar Vortex has damage numbers. Oh yeah, like someone asked earlier if there were any player spells without damage numbers, and Polar Vortex most definitely doesn't have damage numbers, so that should be fixed. Have I used new butterflies? Yes, I did. It is good. It is very, very good, very strong. I like that scroll quite a bit. On some characters, it may be significantly more powerful than Scroll of Ogu. But some butterflies is just a really strong effect. Putting a bunch of monsters in the way of whatever is trying to kill you, or like putting a bunch of monsters between you and whatever tries to kill you, is a very desirable property for quite a few characters. Not all of them, but quite a few. You haven't. You know, with the spell, you just want to cast it 2 or 3 times. You're not sure how many the scroll gives, so it gives enough. It gives enough.
Right on time.
Yeah, right on time. I still haven't killed the Ancient Lich, by the way. The Ancient Lich was in Bolt's one, and I just ran away from Bolt, and I decided, you know what, Elf is looking kind of nice this time of the year, so I just came here to kill all of these deep elves. Doing a little bit of good old Elfie Scythe, because why not? Oh yeah, running around, pressing the refrigeration button, and hoping that you don't explode in the process. That's life for a deep elf. If I had Firestorm, I wish I had Firestorm. But yeah, it's still not here. I would definitely be casting Firestorm since I got that manual of conjurations. Also Ashenzari, so yeah, casting Firestorm would be super easy. I think I can afford to be a bit pickier with my curses now. The more the game progresses, the least curses that you get from Ashenzari, since Ashenzari gives exploration piety, or well, not quite, but it kinda works like exploration piety. So the least places you have to explore, the least piety. You're glad to see it back again in non-scroll form. Yeah, I also like it. I am a big fan of the way that it is right now. I feel like it is seriously powerful. Very good addition to the game, and it feels to me like it should have always been a consumable. Okay, those guys didn't die from my refrigeration. They came pretty close to dying, however. Maybe I can line them up for a tin of tremor stones or so. Or just run away. That also works. Lots of relatively high level elves. Interesting. This would be such a good time to cast Firestorm. But I don't have it, so I'll cast Refrigeration. I hope that I don't die. I'm glad that those guys didn't kill me. They had a very reasonable chance of killing me. But fortunately, I managed to kill them instead. With Firestorm, I felt like they would have had close to zero chance of surviving the initial blast. But I knew that they were gonna survive the initial blast of Refrigeration, so it would take me 2 turns to kill them. Doing this with only 119 HP is rather worrisome. I should maybe think about drinking Potions of Mutation, see if I can get robust. Beguiling and Companions. Companions is not out of the question. I did mention earlier that I was interested in getting a Spellforge Servitor for mana efficiency purposes, and I'm still interested. It's just that I haven't gotten Iron Shot or Crystal Spear. I'm gonna get this curse, and we shall see how it goes after. Gonna curse this. This is spear. Because the spear is the only source of resistance to electricity that I have. Um, and those are pretty rare, so I wouldn't be surprised if this was literally the only one that I saw in the entirety of the game. By extension, I don't want to unequip it ever, and so the curse doesn't do anything. Anything that I was not already intending on doing anyway. Pretty okay hand axe, but not for my character. And certainly not for any character after so long has passed in the game. Yeah, that's kind of like something that would be busted on D1. Or maybe not D1, because those cannot generate on D1, but you know what I mean, D2, D3. This battle axe is killing me. Alright. Mm, mm, Yep, it is because I'm in a corridor. So running into a corridor or running into a dancing weapon battle axe in a corridor is like such a dead sentence. Yeah, the difference between casting it outside and casting it in a corridor is like night and day. It was unfortunate that I had to use a blinking there, but I had to use a blinking there. Hmm. Ooh, jeez. That's a spear. That spear is amazing. The only issue is that it has -5 intelligence. But I like the all the properties that it has actually. It's probably a better spear than the one that I'm using, apart from the -5 intelligence. I could really keep it in mind. I like the 3 pips of fire resistance that it has. Mm, because yeah, my only source of fire resistance is my Rove, and I am looking forward to destroying it and replacing it with acid scales that I'm carrying around. I can fully enchant them at any time, so yeah. Elements and cunning. I like that curse. I'll get it on this ring. Hopefully I won't get any extremely cool things here that make me want to break everything. But we shall see. I'm gonna get 21 fighting now. It would be nice to get Firestorm, I have to say. There's a very real possibility of getting Firestorm off of the loot in the vault. I can take a little bit of a peek. I see an Atlas of the Summer, which has Ignition, which I already have, but not Firestorm. That's a shame. I heard that Fire Elementalist got buffed a bit, but I don't know if I care. I still think that Fire Elementalist is pretty bad, so yeah, probably better off not playing it. Might want to, or I might play it regardless, since just to give it a try to see how it is before the tournament. Okay, I feel like that was a pretty good application of immolation. I think it was the first immolation that I've used in the entirety of this game too. Not bad at all. Not bad, not bad. Okay, this is going well. It's one of those unfortunate endings with multiple entrances, but we should be fine. We can kinda go to one of the entrances and then cast some refrigeration and then walk away, rinse and repeat until everything is dead. Gonna have to polar vortex this guy. That's the only way for me to kill it before it kills me. Oof, 36 damage. Fogu. I have theoretically enough HP that even if it was to hit me, it would be okay. I'm gonna run for the stairs because it unfortunately got first strike on me, that Master Archer. I think our Elementalist is in a great spot right now. It may be a very solid background for the current version of the game. The fact that it gets swiftness from the very beginning makes it so good. It doesn't see invisible. Master Archers don't see invisible. Mm, there we go. Just sneak on it and then Polar Vortex. Who needs to stab anyway? I can just Polar Vortex. Mm, mm. Oh, also, I don't think I said it, or maybe I did, but Star Polemic, thank you for the 13 months. I appreciate the continued support. Mm, I am glad to see that you still enjoy my stream. Geez, 41 damage, and I of course have minus potion. I should probably take away refrigeration, like remove it from the quiver, put our strike on the quiver. Very bad use of Tin of Tremor Stones. I wanted to hit the Annihilator, but it didn't. I hope the Annihilator doesn't annihilate me. That would be sad. I don't have File of Lots to make sure that it won't. Mm, Thinking about how I want to do this, but I don't think I have much that I can do other than like blink away. And I really don't want to blink away since it's my last one. Summon something, a Hellion. That's among the worst things that it could have summoned. Not the worst, but among the worst. Could have summoned something nastier. Gonna cast Polar Vortex again. I don't have enough mana to cast it again. Well, I'll cast it again when I have enough mana to cast it again, which is now. And I think we're good. I don't think we die here. Pretty okay ring, except for the -4 dexterity. We've been getting some relatively high quality rings this game. That guy is all the way over there. It's not capable of hasting, so I can just walk away from it slowly and carefully. Gonna try to go downstairs, or upstairs rather, since the upstairs are right here. Okay. As always, it is very tense to be fighting monsters that are capable of dealing such large amounts of damage to you so quickly. Just like the Insane Lich that I fought earlier. Man, that Insane Lich really ruined, or really almost ruined my day. Because this character already has like a level 9 spell, right? Like, I don't see this character dying unless I explode spontaneously. But one of the ways, like as I already mentioned, one of the ways to die is to explode spontaneously. And yeah, those guys are pretty good at doing that to me. Insane Leeches. In general, elves too, but I would say that Insane Leeches are a bit better at it. Elves at least die super quickly. I wonder where this summoner is, because I don't want to fight this Blizzard demon, obviously. Oh, look at that. There it is. Let's get rid of it. Sweet. I don't think I care about that. We can leave it on the floor. Same goes for the Ring of Slaying, but the Potion of Brilliance I want to carry with me. Really good potion. I don't really want to use a ring of fire resistance, but I have few sources of fire resistance that are usable. I might have to use one. Um, I think before using a ring of fire resistance, I would just destroy my current spear and replace it for this one that we found with 3 pips of fire resistance. Um, I also don't think I'm using the ring of the mage or the amulet. I was really thinking about using those earlier on, but nah, not anymore. I think the mana regen is more important of a property. Mm, Phantom Mirror. We didn't have that. We're pretty much done here, right? We can fight this halberd and then we retreat. It looks like a nasty bolt, like a nasty additional bolt. Oh no. And the worst part about this is that I did it to myself. I went up a hatch instead of going through normal stairs, thinking, but I already cleared the level. But in reality, I have not cleared the level. And so here we are, without being able to cast Polar Vortex in the Hollow Blades. Let's try to get out with teleport, but as everyone knows, it can be quite difficult to do. Um, oh wow, first try, that's crazy. I'll take it. No complaints about that. Asterion. With a Demon Trident of Pain, +5. Very fancy item. That could have been absolutely horrible. No matter the amount of HP, that's the kind of situation that I don't want to be in with this character. Mm. Are we done here? I think we are. I think we are indeed done here. Um, yeah, there's nothing else to see here. We can probably just leave. Mm. There's that spear that I probably will come back for later. I don't like the -5 intelligence. I think that legit makes me unable to cast Polar Vortex. As it is right now, my Polar Vortex has a 5% chance to be miscast. With 29 intelligence, very much on the lower side of intelligence for a character that can cast Polar Vortex. So yeah. I also want to level up strength on level 21. I did this by experience level 18. That's crazy. Let's go. Slime? Slime at experience level 18. The alternative is doing bolts, but the Ancient Lich is literally camping the entrance. I should maybe. What I'm gonna do is go bolts and then immediately just like try to walk in the opposite direction. If I see the Lich, and in fact I see the Lich, um, I just walk in the opposite direction and re-teleport. Mm, there's some stairs over there that look rather safe. That's a shop. I would like to check that. What's the library mentioned? Gear upgrade. It's a ghost bolt, isn't it? Library ghost bolt. Library arrival. Huh. Library arrival. Might be a branch. Might be a counterpart for the Hollow Blades. Hellmonk's Ifmuna bookshelves. Looks like a temple. Looks like a temple. Yeah, looks like a couple of bolts. It looks like a couple of bolts with like library theme. Doesn't look like a new branch or anything, unfortunately. Mm, Okay, let's go over there. Let's go get out of here. Oh no, before I get out of here, let's check that shop. No, 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 no. Auto travel is taking me straight through the lich that we do not want to see and that we do not want to interact with because it would kill me. I have the ability to kill it myself, but I just don't have the survivability to do so. Should I buy a couple of one-handed randarts to see if they have incredible properties? I am probably gonna do it, but not immediately. There's always a possibility of a caravan. Hmm. You have a vision of a gate. You know what that gate is? It is either a treasure trove um, or a caravan, and it was a treasure trove. It requires me to use a +7 demon whip, which is fortunately an item very easy for me to use, or for me to get. Demon whip, it says? Hold on. Because if it's demon whip, then it's not that easy. Oh, demon trident. Yeah, we have a +5 demon trident on the floor that we can just go pick up and turn into a +7 demon trident. Okay. Scroll of enchant weapon. Scroll of enchant weapon. Now let's go back to bolts 2. I'm actually gonna go to bolts 0 so that I manually explore my way through because I really don't wanna fight that ancient lich. After all, it already hit me for 90 damage in our first encounter. What's stopping that guy from just doing it again? One of the things that I like the least about bolts is how there's like a very common enemy band in the form of the Yaktars that can just deal really, really high amounts of damage to you from afar. Um, that is very difficult to deal with for some characters, including this one. So despite the fact that I have like good damage, my damage is not that fast. It would be a whole nother thing if I had access to Firestorm, but yeah, still not. Mm, so let's see what we get out of this. Before I go in, let me drop my potions. I think I don't need to drop anything else. Nah, nah, nah. Good. Real good. Real good. I'll carry that. Nah, nah. This is actually an upgrade. It is a very insignificant upgrade, but an upgrade is an upgrade after all. Mad Mage Maulers. This is actually not terrible, since it gives me mana regen. The -3 intelligence makes it rather annoying to use, but I'll carry it. Meh, nah. Really bad. Nah. Reasonable. I'll pick it up. Oh, rough but usable. This +4 kite shield is interesting. Adds a bit of extra strength so I can wear heavier armor. I'll carry it because of that. It was an interesting treasure trove. For the cost, it was a pretty good one. It gave me two very interesting items in the form of 7 league boots and math mage maulers. Also gives me a reason to destroy my current helmet. And I will do just that right now. Shatter the chains, goodbye helmet. No, hold on. Shatter the chains, goodbye helmet, yes. Hello, enchant armor on the helmet that I'm about to put on and curse. Put on the helmet and curse it when the time comes. I'm gonna drop a couple of these things because I do want to use them, but I'm not sure if I want to use them immediately. Mediocre MP draining maulers. They're good, like the Math Mage Maulers. I really want to put them on because of the whole mana regen thing. Like I'm not really meleeing. I will not melee with this character, so I only get upside apart from the loss of intelligence. Mm, so when I can compensate for the loss of intelligence, it would be a good thing to put them on. Polar Vortex goes to 10%. Oh, because I destroyed something with a curse. So yeah, my Ice Magic went down to 22. Um, Whatever curse I put on the helmet needs to be elements to not have issues. I hope this Vault Warden doesn't have a launcher. It doesn't seem to. So far, so good. I have to say that I'm glad that this level doesn't seem to have Ancient Lucius or Yoctor Captains. Yoctor Captains are also extremely rude for my character. Yep, don't want to have anything to do with them. Need to put don't attack on that because otherwise I'm eventually gonna put the Math Mage Maulers on. I'm gonna tap and then I'm gonna be left without any mana. Um, I am excited at the prospect of using double mana regen. Um, Either that or having mana regen and regen. Mm, Talking about that, the Amulet of Vitality would be a pretty fantastic thing to encounter with this character, since the Amulet of Vitality was recently reworked into giving you double mana regen and double normal regen. It is pretty beast for this specific character. Um, Yeah, I hope that I find it. If I find it, it would be nice. I would put it on for sure, since it's such a drastic and decisive upgrade over what I currently am using, that it would be foolish not to put it on. Mm, Refrigeration? No, I think I just cannot fight Joctors like that. Yeah, because taking even one bolt is just like way too much damage. And it's only one bolt, it feels so bad. Yoctors are definitely my eternal enemies with characters such as this Deep Elf. Mm, it is quite the struggle to kill them. Yep, take a look at that. Oh, Thunderhawk. I have resistance, so it's not the end of the world. If I didn't have resistance, it would indeed be the end of the world. It would kill me. But I fortunately have resistance, and so it's not going to kill me. There we go. I was so confident about it not killing me that I cast Refrigeration, which deprives you of the use of potions. Mm. Is that a Lich or an Ancient Lich? Okay, at least it's not an Ancient Lich. Mm. I feel like it would have been pretty funny if it had been an Ancient Lich. Um, just to go with the theme of Ancient Liches in Bolts. There was one in Bolts 1 and now potentially one in Bolts 2. Um, I don't see any loot inside there. Why would I do that? There's no reason for me to do this, so I am just gonna step away from that. I'll go do something else, because I don't have to fight those guys. Do I think Ashenzari would be strong with Meteoran? Yes, I think that Ashenzari is just strong with everything. Any character that you can imagine is just made better if you add Ashenzari to it. Meteoran is already a pretty solid character, so yeah. Mm, that was painful. Acid. Nasty that it's the one resistance that I didn't have that those guys hit me with. I still have attraction, so this is not bad. I'm gonna use a heal wounds. Um, I think that I should change my recently created macro into being, yeah, casting refrigeration instead of casting polar vortex. This should be fine. I don't think I die here. But I also think that I have to polar vortex these guys, otherwise I cannot kill them. Mm. I have good resistances, so that's why I was not so afraid of this Crystal Guardian. With bad resistances, I would have absolutely not done that. Mm. You didn't know I created macarons? Macarons? I don't make macarons. Mm. Why do you mention that? Feels like you might not get curses quick enough with Ashenzari. I don't know. You do explore a fair amount of the game, especially Lair. Lair has quite a bit to explore. Mm. Introspection and cunning. I like that. I'll put it on the helmet. My polar vortex goes down to 6%. I'm gonna break something now. Break something else. What were the items in my waiting list? Um, 7 leak boots and matte mage maulers. I can definitely break the boots. And just like be careful not to run towards a monster. Or if I put on 7 leak boots and matte mage maulers, it actually will just drain all my mana while putting me next to a monster. So I don't think I can equip the two of them, unfortunately. I don't think we can use matte mage maulers with this character. That's a shame. So I was very happy about getting my source of willpower with this character, or my source of resistance to electricity rather. But we got quite a few of them already, so it was clearly nothing too special. That looks rather nasty. I'm gonna put an exclusion on that. Yeah, that's definitely a certified funny moment right there. I should probably not even be here. I'm gonna put an exclusion here so I don't walk over there. Um, is this a scroll blinking? Because if it is, I'm gonna go and grab that and then just like not come back. If it's teleport, I am gonna leave it there because I have quite a few teleports already. This time I'm not starved for teleport. This time it's a much more traditional being starved for blinking. Convoker is convoking. Let me get rid of it. I'm getting used to my new macro that casts refrigeration. Not really used to it. It is a key that I very rarely press whenever I'm playing this. But I like having it in that specific key. It's a very good key to use. Precisely because I don't really press it for other things. It is on the number 9. Number 0 is going downstairs for me, so it's like right next to going downstairs. And sometimes I'm pressing number 0 due to muscle memory because it's just like right next to it. But that will go away with time. Doctor Captain. My eternal enemies with this character. I run into a Yoctor Captain and it's like guaranteed that I'm gonna lose at least half of my HP. With other things, I immediately destroy them like they're nothing. But Yoctor Captains and Centaur Warriors are terrifying for this character. Even deep throws are a joke. Yep, like nothing. The difference between having a ranged attack and not having a ranged attack. I'm glad that not every enemy has ranged attacks. If I had access to repel missiles, it would be a great property for me to have. Um, Still no. Still no Firestorm. Looking forward to eventually finding it. It would definitely serve for as a replacement for Polar Vortex rather. Polar Vortex is not what we want to be casting, though it is a spell that kills everything regardless. The issue is that it sometimes doesn't kill everything fast enough, while Firestorm will. It's just unavoidable. In anticipation to my upcoming change of armor, I'm gonna train some armor skill. We can train this to 10. So I got rid of that Lich. Is that the Lich that I excluded earlier? Or was it in a previous level? I think it was in the previous level, but so far we have been in 3 levels of the bolts, and all 3 of the levels have had a Lich or an Ancient Lich. That's a pretty scary thought. Hopefully, bolts 4 won't have a dangerous Lich. It can have bodies. Bodies is not that dangerous, but I really don't want to see a normal Ancient Lich. I wonder why bodies is weaker than an Ancient Lich. I guess bodies does have Orb of Destruction, but between Orb of Destruction and Crystal Spear, I'm gonna take the one that you can react to, you know? Sojobo, Queen of the Tengu. Better not fight that, especially not in that position. You know, in that situation, the Yaktars were not as scary as they would have been if they had been alone, because there were a bunch of dudes in front of me that prevented me from having to fight those guys in a way that they would all hit me. Oh, Sojobo woke up. I don't have any mana, nor the ability to drink potions to gain back some mana, so teleport it is. The Bolt of Acid hits you, you take 42 damage and have 45 HP. That's delightful. Might as well use File of Flots on them. It is a bit of a shame that I had to waste my File of Flots like that, but I felt like I had to do it to avoid the possibility of getting hit by that again and dying. The one resistance that I don't have, and these guys have been abusing it so much. Oh, Bolt Sentinel with an Arbalest. Well, that's not what I want to see actually. Yeah, I can fight those guys if they fight me here. I wonder why they're not opening the door. Can they not open doors? There's no way they can't open doors. There's no way gargoyles can't open doors. This would be a good time to drink Attraction to pull the War Gargoyle into the Polar Vortex, or cast Lesser Beckoning, but I didn't have access to either of those because I use Refrigeration. Anyway, this is going all right. Having the resistance so that the Thunderhook doesn't explode me is pretty nice. I can appreciate that. +0 cloak. Nothing that we particularly care about, so it shall be left right there. Okay, I also don't have to do that, you know. I can just leave those guys alone. Also, be careful with these Sphinx. Like, not cast Polar Vortex on it, because those guys would immediately be aggravated. Um, do I have anything that I can curse with these? No, I don't. I definitely want to destroy my +0 gloves and my +0 boots to replace them with something else. I am astonished at my resistances. Like, if you think about how I have +0 boots and +0 gloves and a helmet of intelligence, like I have like nothing that gives me resistances, and I still have incredibly good resistances. Um, okay, we got 10 armor. I'll train a bit of ice magic. We're gonna go back to 24 again. I wish I hadn't taken that much damage while fighting Sojobo. I got hit 2 turns in 2 turns, or like across 2 turns I got hit for quite a bit of damage. Pretty much halved my HP. Phantom Mirror, Phantom Mirror. That's fine. Don't do acid. That's the only thing that I don't want it to do. Acid. Everything else I am resistant to, and therefore it's not as much of an issue, even with my low HP. It's not even that low anymore, now that I have 144, which is something that I can certainly appreciate. The more you progress into the game as a depot, the more tanky you get. And of course, you're never going to be a real tank, but you can get to the point where you don't have to fear getting absolutely dumpstered by pretty much everything in the game, the way that it would be with a cat. Well, I know that Marjorie is in this level, so it may not be the best of ideas to remain here. I'm gonna go do something else, and that something else is probably going to be slime. Oh, the Instant Leech. I still cannot kill it, especially not without Phantom Mirror. Box of Beast too distracted. Well, the thing is that if even with that, I don't really get the ability to do anything to it. Box of Beast too distracted, but I'm just gonna run past it. Maybe I'll come back for to kill it. Maybe not. Probably not. I should say. Shouts to Swiftness. Very, very useful Swiftness. Do I break something? I feel like I have to break something. Otherwise, I'm just wasting Ashenzari curses. My gloves are +0. The boots are much more breakable than the gloves because the boots have a rather insignificant curse for what I'm doing with this character. So yeah, I'm gonna destroy the boots. Okay, we're gonna equip 7 league boots. Be very, very careful not to kill myself with them. And I'm still gonna cross my fingers and hope that I find some boots that give me fire resistance. That would be the ultimate thing for me to find. Some body armor, boots, gloves, or a helmet that gives me fire resistance and that don't give me minus cast in the process, because I do have an item that gives me those things, but it also gives me minus cast. It is so perfect, that helmet. That helmet is great, but minus cast makes it completely unusable, unfortunately. It is tragically bad. Why does it confuse you? What confuses you about reworked Ashenzari? I think reworked Ashenzari is a much more powerful version of what Ashenzari used to do. And also, like, the decision of cursing is actually significant because you destroy the item when you break the curse. So, yeah, you actually have to think about what you want to curse. I like it. Let's go do slime and hope that I don't die. I probably have to break my body armor before I go into slime. Let's take a look at my polar vortex, 7%. Yeah, I kind of want to break my body armor so I can put on the acid scales and get resistance to corrosion. Acid. Okay, I was dreading stumbling upon the Dread Lich, but it doesn't seem to be the case. I'm gonna carry the cloak as well because I will most likely want to use that. Break my current cloak, enchant that, and replace it. So let's now actually go to slime. Nothing specific. Oh yeah, you just have to play it then to kind of like see how different it is. It is pretty powerful, I have to say. Let's enchant it. Let's enchant the acid skills. Okay, +6 acid skills. That's as high as they can go. Let's shatter the chains on my robe. Goodbye any semblance of fire resistance. Hello, resistance to acid. So apart from the lack of fire resistance, this is looking pretty good. Not to mention, I went from like 8 armor class or so to 27. So it was quite the upgrade right there. I did lose some evasion, but I prefer having so much armor class. Um, Now, the most important thing is my polar vortex, and yeah, I think that went down mostly because I sacrificed, or like I don't have two things cursed, so I need to curse the boots and the acid scales to be able to cast polar vortex like normal. Also, get a bit of extra strength too, which yeah, we're getting close to it. Let's go to slime. Think of Ash as perma hero from Okawaru, clarity and free vision identify. It kind of really is like that. Like Ashenzari is at such power level that it is like permanent heroism, um, which of course is obscene. Ashenzari has already gotten nerfed rather repeatedly, but it is still very, very strong despite the nerfs. Mm, okay, Quicksilver uses are scary. It is important to keep that in mind. Ooh, okay. I find it funny that because of the 7 league boots, I sometimes get prompted to rampage. It's a good thing that I added the don't attack to this spear. I'm only using the 7 league boots for the defenses. Like the +3 armor class that it gives is why I'm using it. If it didn't have that, I wouldn't be using it. Mm. And yep, refrigeration is great. It gets rid of every slime except um, for the Azure Jelly. That's the only one that it doesn't deal damage to, or that it doesn't deal a lot of damage to anyway. You can theoretically use it to kill an Azure Jelly, but it's very wasteful. I am probably better off casting a single instance of Polar Vortex. But for everything else, yep, everything else just dies. And the Azure Jelly dies from Polar Vortex. Beautiful. Okay, I made a ton of noise, so it's probably for the best that I am not here. The Quicksilver is scary. It's gonna step next to me, and then it's gonna chain engulf me until I die. In order to prevent that, I would like to be able to kill it immediately, but I don't have such an option. Tin of Tremor Stones, maybe. Didn't quite kill it immediately, but it came close. Let's try it again. Perfect. Let's cast another Polar Vortex. I got my 24 ice magic. Let's train for 10 armor again. I think I broke the only thing that gave me armor curse. Um, Lost a bit of mana there from the Shining Eye. It's fine. I can just remove that curse later on. Gives me an excuse to drink some potions of mutation. I mentioned much earlier in the game that I was thinking of drinking potions of mutation to see if I could get robust. And I had 5 potions of mutation. Now I still have 5 potions of mutation. And yeah, it's been quite a while since I said that, so my situation with potions of mutation is pretty rough. And I should probably take care not to be forced to overuse them, because otherwise it could be awful. I got teleportitis. We need to get rid of that right now. Wild magic is pretty good. Wild magic is great since I already don't really have that much difficulty casting spells. Poison resistance is okay. Not really that much of necessity or a good thing for my character. I already have it from cursed items, so it's pretty much a part of me for the rest of the game. Would have preferred to get fire resistance. But I can still get that. The acid scales that I'm currently using are actually could actually be considered a placeholder. I could theoretically replace them for other kind of resistance. Anyway, the 2 azure jellies there um, are kind of annoying. Yeah. As I was saying, the acid scales could be replaced for other kind of armor that maybe protects me less, but gives me the very much necessary fire resistance. Alternatively, and what's probably gonna happen, is that I'm going to grab this +3 spear of 3 pips of fire resistance, and that's what I'm going to use despite the -5 intelligence. I also need to check the other rand darts because they might be even better than the spear. And the only way for me to know is to buy them. But anyway, now I have to fight the royal jelly. Gonna drink brilliance to begin with. Haste. Mm, Let me airstrike the royal jelly so that it gets over here. Polar vortex. I miscast polar vortex. Please don't miscast it. Okay. I lost quite a bit of HP already, which is kinda worrisome. But I have heal wounds, so I'm gonna drink heal wounds. I wonder if I should use. I was thinking of immolation, but the answer is no. I should not use immolation here. It has very high potential to end in disaster if I do use it, and I don't want this to end in disaster. Tin of Tremorstones would be great, but I had to use it earlier. It still hasn't recharged. Ice Blast? Sure. I don't want to use refrigeration because I may need to use some potions. But it certainly is tempting to use it. This is killing things pretty well. I think we want to refrigerate now. Worst case scenario, I teleport and blink away for my life. With an infernal noise, the power ruling this place vanishes. Sweet. Very clean fight against the Royal Jelly. Single cast of Polar Vortex and everything died. I did support it with a little bit of refrigeration, but still. And I was also brilliant, so was a pretty high-powered Polar Vortex. I thought that Wild Magic was just a spell enhancer for everything, but it actually works in a weird way because it is not a spell enhancer for everything. It just like takes whatever damage you or whatever spell power you have and like adds like 30% on top or like something weird like that. May not actually be 30%. I was running around with my buffs, but I decided that it was probably for the best to just wait for my HP to regen. Instead of wandering around with 70 HP in slime. Okay. Gyron Gimbal, Leather Armor of Regen, 7 Strength, -5 Intelligence Ring, not very good. Lots of Enchant Armor and Enchant Weapon. Current gimbal is probably the most exciting thing here, and it is not really an item that I will use. The Octavo of Destructive Metamorphosis. Do you think it's a book with only level 8 spells? I think it is because it's called Octavo, which means something like eighth in Spanish. Let's find out. It had Spider Form and Orb of Destruction. No level 8 spells. Maybe I should have inspected it. Maybe it did have like Ignition or something, and I don't know because it didn't get added to my library. Mm. Finally got freeze after so long. Um, Alright, now I have 2 runes. Doing Slime as my second rune. I like to do that. Now I can go and face the true most difficult lair branch, which is a spider. Someone voted on which one was the most difficult lair branch, or like someone did a poll on Reddit on which was the most difficult lair branch, and I selected spider. I really do think that spider is the most difficult and most dangerous lair branch. Um, I guess you just saw how much I destroyed spiders or slime. Slime is pretty easy, but spider is just full of chaos and lots of monsters in an open arena. Every time, every fight is gonna be like a bad fight in spider. In slime, there's only one fight that is rather scary. Um, so yeah. Imagine if every fight with the real jelly was just like a random fight in slime, and that's kind of how I feel about spider. Used to be swamp till this trunk version. Which one would you say is the most difficult one? Mm, I think swamp should, or at some point I did consider swamp to be the most difficult one, but it just happened to be that swamp was the one that got buffed first. After swamp, everything else got buffed, and now I think every branch is pretty difficult. It depends on your character, but I feel like every branch can potentially be the worst branch for any character, or for a specific character. Mm, let's say that I am whatever fighter, right? And I am pressing tab to kill things. And I so far have been destroying the game with my 30 armor class and 8 evasion and my broadaxe. Let's say that I have a broadaxe. Let's be generous. If I get Spider and Shoals, that's gonna be so hellish. Even if I have a strong character, or I said Spider, I mean, right? I meant Snake. If I get Snake and Shoals, it's gonna be awful for that character. Snake is full of mighty dudes and dudes that shoot bows, and dudes that constrict you, and dudes with shields. Um, it's just awful to be in Snake for a melee character. And Shoals, it's just full of fast dudes. You get surrounded, no corridors, dudes that poison you, dudes that hex you, dudes with bows. It's just awful for such a character. For my character, I would say that Spider really is like the worst thing. But with 28 armor class, I'm probably in a better spot. Also, I hope that I do not forget about leveling up strength because I do need to level up strength on my upcoming level up. I feel like it's gonna do a lot for my success rates to level up strength. Um, Encumbrance rating 5, so getting 7 or 8 strength is really gonna be significant. We shall see. Mm, that and getting more curses, of course. You remember how deadly Swan was in 0.27? But like, it is still like that. I think that's just the player base have adapted already. I'm gonna get this curse because I wanna curse something. I'll curse the 7 league boots. Mm, I wouldn't really mind if I get to destroy them to replace them with something else. Wouldn't be the end of the world. I was gonna dive, but I need to get the experience or like the exploration piety. Mm. I hope that I don't stumble upon a ghost moth. That would be the single worst thing that I could see here. I do get see invisible from Ashenzari at the very least, so it's not the end of the world if I do get a ghost moth. I just cast Polar Vortex and it dies, but it would also drain me of all of my mana just because Polar Vortex doesn't instantly kill it. Arachne? Hold on. Is that Arachne inside a Ghost Bolt or what's going on here? I think that's literally Arachne inside a Ghost Bolt. That's so funny. Is that intended? Regardless, I kinda don't wanna go in there like ever, unless there's like some super goth tier loot in there. I don't think I will go in. Yeah, and I don't see any super goth tier loot in there, so nope, not doing that. I would rather not die. Beguiling and companions. I need elements. I'm gonna pass onto curses until I get elements because I'm not 100% convinced about getting about cursing my body armor. I did enchant it and everything, and I like having 28 armor class, but I not 100% sure about cursing it. Oh, I have a buckler. Maybe I should train a bit of shields too, like to see if my success rate goes up on Polar Vortex. Mm. So just to make double sure, yeah, I didn't get Firestorm. I think at this point there's not enough experience in the game for me to, be able to use Firestorm. And this is a pretty perfect curse, Elements and Beguiling, so I'm cursing the acid scales. Oh, Firestorm, or like Polar Vortex. Beautiful. Polar Vortex again. But after this I have to retreat. Single cast of Static Discharge killed that jumping spider. Beautiful. Now that I have all my items cursed, it's probably time to destroy the cloak, right? Shatter the chains on the cloak. The cloak has elements, unfortunately, so that's gonna hurt my Polar Vortex, which is at 6%. Yeah, it's fine. There's not much to do about it. And it goes back to 12%. It's okay. Let me put on this Cloak of Stealth. Having something like a Cloak of Fire Resistance would be like the greatest thing ever. But once again, I'm probably just gonna break this spear and replace it with the other one. Even if it gives me -5 intelligence, that's just something that I'll have to deal with. So yeah, out exploring Spider to see if Ashenzari gives me another curse. After I get another curse from Ashenzari, I just go straight down. So how much oh, resistance to electricity. Yeah, I was thinking of maybe casting my thing, but I'm glad that I didn't because it wouldn't have done a lot. And by my thing, I mean static discharge. I like that spell so much. The spell is in such a great shape in this version. If you have not played Elementalist, maybe this is the version for the Elementalist. After all, things have gotten nerfed and Elementalist instead has gotten buffed. It was not in this version, but it did get buffed rather recently by making Static Discharge a level 2 spell. 7 League Boots is rather scary. In this occasion, it um, made me rampage over lava. I am flying. I don't even know what gives me flying. Oh, the spear gives me flying. Hmm. Well, fortunately, it's not a property that I'll miss. Evocations and Fortitude. It's not a terrible curse. It's not a terrible curse. Mm, I think I kind of want to get it because it means that I get more armor, more shields. I'll do it. I also don't have any Fortitude curses, so whatever. Mm, 12.6 armor, 5.9 shields. Not bad at all. Not bad at all. Mm, yeah, I was still looking forward to eventually finding Iron Shot or so, but it just never came to me, it seems. Blister Pack, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. I hope that you enjoy Crawl because I play a lot of it. I think that I may want to train a bit more Ice Magic. I'm gonna train like Ice Magic to 26 just to make sure that I can actually cast it because I don't wanna be in a situation where like I wanna cast Polar Vortex and then I get a miscast and it's awful. You haven't played in 2 years? All right. It's funny because I started streaming shortly 2 years, like a bit above 2 years ago, like a bit after. I've been streaming for, let's see, took me 2 months to get to affiliates. And it says here that I've been a subscriber for 27 months. So I've been streaming for 29 months. Um, 1 more month and it's gonna be the longest single ability or like activity that has made me earth money that I've done consecutively in my life. Yeah, doesn't sound bad. Mm, 2 more months, I think, is the time that I have to spend. I accidentally attacked something in melee. You stride towards the boulder beetle. Yeah, I don't want it to attack. I don't want it to attack accidentally. At least I don't have the Math Mage Maulers. If I did, that would have been absolutely awful. I hope that like this it will prompt me if I want to attack again. Another Ghost Moth. I guess it doesn't make a lot of sense to rest my mana in order to fight the Ghost Moth. I find it pretty funny how Polar Vortex can sometimes make monsters go through walls. It's probably intended, but like, yeah, take a look at this guy. It was there and it went through walls and now it's here. And the same thing can happen to you. You can also be pulled through walls by monsters with Polar Vortex. Um, Pretty funny thing. Anyway, I don't need to spend any more of this exploration. I can just go downstairs and go straight for the rune. Oh, it made me launch again, right? You strike towards the wolf spider. That sucks. I don't think there's any way for me to, fix that. Strength. Yeah. Okay, it gets me one evasion to get the strength. My polar vortex is also at 5%, so that looks pretty good. Polar vortex. Okay, I have to say that using 7 League Boots as a mobility option is actually kind of funny. Is Portex my win condition? Pretty much. I wanted Firestorm, but Firestorm never came. Funny thing is that it would have been such a perfect character for Firestorm because I had Elements Curses since pretty much the very beginning of the game, and I also found a manual of conjurations. But there was no Firestorm this time, so I have to settle for Polar Vortex. It is okay. It's not like Polar Vortex is a bad spell at all. Um, Maybe I shouldn't use Air Strike. I have more serious spells for the purpose of killing Nicola. Mm, yeah, the whole using 7 League Boots as mobility is actually quite funny. I feel like it's gonna get me killed in SOT or something. Mm, but it's pretty funny, at least for now. Especially because it's been mostly uncontrolled and unplanned mobility. I cannot help but to be surprised whenever I do that. Mm, okay, 26 Ice Magic. Let's get more dodging, maybe. Nah, let's get more armor. I don't even know what to train now. Let's get 10 shields. There's always the possibility of breaking my current shield because I have another one that I could use. I have a kite shield instead of a buckler, and it is a kite shield of cold resistance instead of a buckler of protection. Right now I have some pretty decent armor class, so yeah. Side Red Eye, if you're still here, I hope that this satisfied your question about at which point I wanna like get armor on my spellcasters and what kind of armor I wanna get on my spellcasters. Um, with just a teeny tiny bit of armor investment and like enchant armor, this character has 31 armor class. 31. I've had melee characters that get to this point in the game with slightly less than that, but not this one. This one has 31 armor class. It is partially aided um, by the buckler of protection, but even without it, it's gonna be 28 armor class. So yeah, it is in a pretty good spot when it comes to its defenses. For Depths and Sword also, yeah, like Polar Vortex is a level 9 spell. It is the most powerful ice magic spell that exists in the game. It is perfectly good for extended purposes. Like, of course, on a debuff, it's not that great since, unfortunately, like it does its damage over time, so it is much better used on characters like a Nogger, for example, that can actually tank for what feels like forever. But um, it is still usable, you know? Not the best thing ever, but also not the worst thing ever. I need to go check those randards in the shopping bolts. I want to go back and see if they are interesting. Head of Intelligence, Sorrow of Guile, they are not things that I want. Let's go. Let's get out of here. Go check that shop. Let's go check that shop. Do I have Wand of Digging? I was just curious, since Wand of Digging is so incredibly rare nowadays. What a beautiful game. Yes, this is a beautiful game indeed. Let's buy these things. That's not bad, you know. The -5 intelligence is an unfortunate trend. And wow, the resistance to electricity on these spears is also like a trend. It's not a bad trend by any means. But yeah, not the fire resistance that I was looking for. So we're gonna have to go do this, buy this, put it here, and we're losing cold resistance, 1 pip of cold resistance for 3 pips of fire resistance and 5 intelligence, or like -5 intelligence, which is gonna be kind of nasty. Let's shatter the chains and the spear. The curses on it are not the worst thing ever. So yeah. Alrighty. How's this looking? Not terrible. Okay, let us continue. Man, Ashenzari is so busted. It is really insanely strong. I'm amazed at how powerful Ashenzari is. Let us go do depths. Because I already have 3 runes, I don't have to go do any more of bolts. I just can do depths and win the game now. Maybe I should rest my mana. I wonder if that guy. Oh yeah, I was wondering if this guy was gonna dig through and break my cover, but it is fine. I actually prefer this because now I can hit more monsters with refrigeration. Refrigeration is so busted. I wonder if there's ever gonna be a spell that replaces it after the nerf. I assume that the nerf is gonna leave it just being bad. It's got a nerf after nerf after nerf, but the reason why it still remains prevalent is because it has the very important property of ignoring all defenses. No armor class, no evasion, no shield, just deals damage, which is awesome. I'm getting fighting. Yeah, I'm just getting fighting to 27. It is unorthodox to get the Conqueror title on a deep elf. So it is nice. I don't like to get common titles, only rare titles whenever possible. But Conqueror on a deep elf is pretty rare. Yeah, as you have seen so far, Polar Vortex is just destroying everything. Nice shops to see when I am in the late game, and so I won't have to worry a lot about preserving my money. Yep. These renders have been surprisingly good. Finally, Iron Shot. I can now get Iron Shot, and I can get also Spellforce Servitor alongside training for summonings. I'm gonna do that. Yeah, sure, why not? Gonna need 16. It's probably a bit too much, but gonna train that to 16. Also gonna learn the spells that make me want to do this in the first place. I don't even need to train for Iron Shot because it's already well enough castable for the purposes of Spellforce Servitor. The Servitor copies spells if you have them castable at 50% chance or less than that. And yeah, 17% chance is perfect. Fits the requirements of the thing without without me having to train any earth magic. Fortitude and evocations. Tempting to put it on that. Okay, my resistances are looking beautiful. Yeah, this is a character that's ready to go win the game. Spellforce Servitor. Summons an extra planar elemental and binds it to a durable shell forged from the caster's own magic. The servitor is capable of unleashing some of the destructive spells known to its creator, though the strongest and most volatile of magics cannot be imbued in this fashion. The strength of the servitor increases with spell power. Your servitor casts Iron Shot. You can sustain at most one creature summoned by this spell. So this guy was just gonna. It costs 7 mana and it only casts Iron Shot. because that's the highest level spell that I have that it can cast, and it casts pretty much that, like only the highest level spell um, that I have that it can cast. I have Polar Vortex, but it cannot cast Polar Vortex. It can only cast the highest level spell that it can ever cast is Crystal Spear. But I don't have Crystal Spear, so I'm not sure this is good enough for the purposes of it. This is still gonna finish off for me if I need to cast it. And I will only cast it if I need like a bit of an extra push um, after I am done and if I have very low mana. That's the purpose of me learning it. It's not really my main way of killing things, though it certainly can fulfill that role if I really need to. You once had a glass cannon depot get one shot by its own servitor. Yeah, take care with your positioning when you're using spell for servitor because that can certainly happen. Um, okay, so this level has a bit too many portals, but Ashenzari tells me what they are. Oh, it's this one. The first one that I checked, the one to the Wislav. Gonna go do that, and after that we're gonna go do SOT, and after that we should be able to win. Oh, that Frost Giant got absolutely dumpstered by Polar Vortex. Um, yeah, in case you were doubtful about the power of Polar Vortex, nah, it is all the power that I could need. It is just the fact that it is damage over time instead of being burst damage, what makes me a bit nervous when it comes to using it. I have one pip of cold resistance, which should be enough for the purposes of killing or like the purposes of not dying to things that deal cold damage to me. Though the amount of damage that I take is rather noticeable, unlike um, with other characters. Let me drop Guy and Gimbal, only temporarily. So I can make room for potentially cool items that we would find here. Oh, I hate this one. I am not gonna do this one. I think that one doesn't give good enough loot for the amount of difficulty that it presents you with. So even though I have Polar Vortex, since it's full of undead that revive, um, and it also has like ancient champions and other things that can reasonably one-shot me, it's probably for the best that I do not do it. Oh, this room is actually pretty nice. It's a room for refrigeration. Beautiful. Refrigeration is such a wonderful spell. So delightful. You had yourself enemy servitor. Yep, that's pretty much what I was thinking. Um, you need to specifically not be in that position if you want to use servitor, because otherwise there's a small chance of getting destroyed by it. I'm at rather low HP. I can use the wizard to protect me from the stone giant. Yeah, the wizard itself cannot kill me, nor banish me, because unlike earlier, now it's only a 1% chance to banish me. Earlier it was a whopping 5% chance to banish me, and of course it got me banished in its first attempt, because there's no competing against such overwhelming odds after all. There's a row of resistance, but yeah, we're not using that. This is a rather inconvenient bolt to fight against. Um, but fortunately, my Polar Vortex managed to hit all of those guys. I was hoping for it to do exactly what it ended up doing. If you're curious about some of the monsters or items or things that you have seen, do let me know and I can stop and talk about them for a bit. Um, Most of these monsters are rather new. Devs got very much reworked in the later versions, or in recent times. Used to be significantly easier than it currently is, but the same is true for pretty much the entirety of the game. Okay. It's moments like these that I'm glad that I have mana regen. Like I can just dump my entire mana bar into some monsters, and then by the time the next monsters appear, I'm already back at full mana. Um, do I want to fight that? Whatever. It's not like they're they're dangerous or anything. Yeah. At this point in the game, there's very few things that are actually dangerous to my character. And those demons were not that. Now, if they had been Hellions or something, then that would have been kind of spooky. Um, I kind of want to go into the vestibule of hell because I have Polar Vortex. Polar Vortex is good enough to clear the vestibule of hell without a lot of difficulty. Mm, So yeah, a lot of people who like to watch my stream are people that have played Crawl in the past but are currently not playing Crawl. Mm, I'm always wondering how those people like manage to find my stream and also why they decided to stop playing or what made them grow away from playing the game. Mm, Yeah, I'm always curious. If you feel like sharing, I would appreciate it. Though you don't have to if you don't want to. This guy is resistant to poison, fire, and cold, so I need to wait for my Polar Vortex to come off cooldown so I can just cast it again and kill this Iron Dragon. Um, Thanks to my very good armor class, I don't have to worry about that guy destroying me. That was certainly a worry that I would have had before changing to my current body armor. Mm, I think the armor or the resistances slash defenses that my character currently has are excellent. I feel like there's pretty much nothing that I would change. With the loot available or with the loot that I have, it's really the best combination of things that I have access to. Mm, Release refrigeration. It used to be way better, level 5 to learn it. Uh, yeah, it's not really release refrigeration. Um, because refrigeration has been around for quite a while. It's just like I think it got reworked quite heavily at a certain point when it stopped breaking potions and it made it so that you had minus potion instead for a couple of turns. That's the point where refrigeration became really, really strong. But I think it took a while for people to notice. But eventually we got to the point where we are right now, where everyone pretty much agrees that refrigeration is an insanely powerful thing. So much, in fact, that it has gotten nerfed multiple times, and it will get nerfed again. Mm, Gonna wait for my 9 mana to come back so I can Polar Vortex this smoke demon. Okay, I don't have any single bolt that the Tango River can do that that scares me anymore, which is pretty nice. I have resistance to all of these things, including the very elusive resistance to negative. Um, I generally don't get it, and this time I have two sources of or two pips of it, which is quite nice. I would like to be able to rest to full HP, but Polar Vortex is a very loud spell with 8% chance to miscast that I just miscast. That's unfortunate. You know what? This was a situation to use Servitor on. This is why I got Servitor, in fact. Um, so yeah. The Iron Shot hits the Demonologist. This guy has a 3 dice of 29 Iron Shot. It's only a matter of not being in the way of its Iron Shot, and it will kill everything for me. I better get used to casting it, because it is a much better way to kill things than just spending 9 mana to Polar Vortex them. Yeah, it's so much value for your 7 mana. Alchemy and evocations. No, it's not really a curse that I particularly care about. So I'm not gonna get that curse. But I am going to refrigerate these guys and also cast Spellforce Servitor for that Ice Dragon. So why cast Iron Shot myself when I can summon a dude that for 7 mana, only one more than Iron Shot. It casts Iron Shot so many more times. To be completely fair, my Iron Shot is significantly better, theoretically. 9 dice of 8 versus 3 dice of 29. Mine has like more solid damage, right? Like significantly less shaky. But it also costs 6 mana every time I want to use it. And that's not so great. How much HP do these guys have? 80. About 80 it says. Nah. I mean, they're not bad. These globes are not bad by any means. The -3 intelligence makes them kind of rough, but I like the 6 strength. It's just that not for my character. I already have too many sources of minus intelligence for a character that's running around casting a level 9 spell. Josephina. Josephina is brand new to this version. She's the late game version of Josephine. So if Josephine doesn't generate, you have a chance of finding Josephina later on. In this case, she is kind of spooky. Serac Fall can hurt, but I am not fragile enough that Serac Fall will kill me. Um, Fortunately, I have pretty decent armor class and 1 pip of cold resistance. Gonna have to cast Polar Vortex for dealing with her. I can probably follow it up with Fireball, actually. Something that I haven't really been using a lot. But Josephina and her whole entourage is weak to fire, so why not? She's casting things at me, but she didn't really deal enough damage to beat me in a fight. If I had felt that she could, I wouldn't have fought her. Um, but yeah, fortunately, my instincts were right, and I was able to just destroy her without a lot of complications. Spell for Servitor is such a good spell. So much value. I'm glad that I recently used it for the first time. It was an important learning experience for me to appreciate this spell because it is certainly perfect on characters such as this one that sometimes have the rather nasty tendency of running out of mana. Ooh, okay, that's fine. Do I have Blink, by the way? Because I would like to have Blink. It doesn't seem to be the case. I was thinking of getting Orb of Destruction, but I think the Spellforce Servitor actually copies Orb of Destruction. Does it not seem visible? I think it doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't seem visible. No wonder it's not killing the Lich. Not resistant to electricity, the Lich. Somehow it's not resistant to electricity. My single cast of Static Discharge was enough to kill both the Lich and the Tengu Warrior. The Tengu Warrior was at very high amounts of HP. It was kinda hurt from the Polar Vortex, but it was still at relatively high HP. So that was interesting. Ouch. So yeah, Draconian Annihilators are definitely spooky. They can deal a lot of damage to me, and they have the tendency to blink right next to me. It has blink, but in reality it's like blink close. Whenever you don't want it to be next to you, it will be next to you, and whenever you want it to be next to you, it will blink to the perfect range to hit you with a crystal spear. 3 dice of 35. Quite a bit of damage, but I think I shouldn't be so afraid of it. After all, I have reasonable evasion and pretty good armor class. Frederick in Depths 4. It may have been the first time ever that I see Frederick so late into the game. I usually find him in like bolts and stuff. Um, You call yourself an adventurer? Ha? I don't know. I am the one who won that fight. It was extremely one-sided in my favor. Mm, like the new colors for the Draconians. It is so much of a quality of life change for me. I feel like it is much more obvious when you're fighting like an employed Draconian now because it's literally the color but brighter. Mm, okay. We're about to finish the game. We just need to dive SOT. In this particular character, I don't particularly think that I need to do the entirety of SOT. So I'm probably just gonna dive it. Um, this is a character that could theoretically do extended, but no. You know what I think about extended. It really is not for me. Evocations and companions. Nah, I'm gonna hold on until I get that curse that I want. Okay, if this guy hits me, that would hurt. Please don't hit me. Okay, hits me with an attack of opportunity, but it doesn't do any damage. Hits you but does no damage, misses you. I like how Juggernaut seemed to do that so frequently. Like it hits for 40 and it hits for 80, and it so often doesn't deal damage. But of course you're gonna notice when it does deal damage. Um, the variance of Crawl is quite shaky, both for players and for monsters. Mm, I don't know. I like certainty. I would appreciate a bit more certainty in Crawl. Both on the player side and in the monster side, so you don't feel like you got absolutely robbed in some situations. Um, okay. Mm, I kind of feel that I would like to replace my current Quiver spell, which is Earthstrike, with Iron Shot. But I also I'm kind of afraid of just wasting all of my mana with Iron Shot. The Lightful Sword Entrance. So you want to know what you do in this kind of situation? You go upstairs. You wait until you're back at full HP. You read teleports, and then you go downstairs. And then you wait for your teleport to trigger. In this case, if it doesn't trigger soon, it's probably gonna be pretty bad for me. Um, yeah, my mana is taking a nosedive. I got a potion of experience at some point. When did that happen? Oh, I guess it doesn't say here. But I'm gonna drink it now because I'm exactly at experience level 23. Yeah, so many mods. It is awful. Earth magic is what I'm gonna train. 10? Jeez. Ashenzari is great. Okay, pretty good teleport. If I had Wreath teleport immediately upon entering the level, it would have taken significantly longer to happen. So that's why escaping the level then reading teleport was the way to go. Okay, now that we're not gonna be fighting 17 dudes at the same time, um, the situation is significantly easier to deal with. Yeah, at this point we can just like turn off auto pickup for identified jewelry. I should also just drop the potions of light. Mm, I have a fair amount of potions in shops. How many am I carrying? 6. Okay, it's important to keep in mind because I'm gonna be fighting some orbs of fire, And while I think that I am tanky enough to kill them without really a lot of complications, the reality is that they will malmutate me. I don't kill them fast enough because Polar Vortex doesn't kill fast enough. So there's chances. The chances are pretty good that they will malmutate me. Is what I'm trying to say. Um, but fortunately, I do have some resources when it comes to surviving that introspection curse. I'll grab that. I was hoping for an elements curse, but I'll take introspection as well. That's fine. Mm. I swear that 7 league boots are gonna get me killed sooner rather than later. Jeez, this character is so insanely powerful. Like, I was next to a Berserk Draconian and I just killed it in like 2 turns. Um, with his whole 50% extra HP and everything. Mm. Okay, not bad. Not bad at all. It is quite nice to actually deal so much damage. I wonder if this guy can dispel Polar Vortex. Oh, it makes me float down. Like it removes the flight, but it doesn't remove the Polar Vortex. That's interesting. I wonder if that's intentional, that it can remove the flight from the Polar Vortex, but not the Polar Vortex itself. Mm. Okay. Now that we're back at the entrance, we can see that there's significantly less monsters, and yeah, it's just much easier to actually get things done now. I'm not getting killed by everything at the very beginning. Okay, killing that ghost moth was rather annoying, but fortunately I was able to come off cooldown from Polar Vortex at just the right time. Mm. Okay, I was thinking of diving shot, but this doesn't feel that bad or bad at all. I think I can just harvest the experience that these guys have to offer. Um, Electric Golem. This is the kind of situation for my good old buddy, the Spellforce Servitor, which now deals 3 dice of 30 with its Iron Shot. Not bad, not bad at all. What about my own Iron Shot, however? I can cast it. It is at 1% chance to miscast, so I can probably cast it a bit against that Electric Golem. It dealt a fair amount of damage. My current cloak is like that cloak of stealth, right? Yeah, for a second, during this character's like journey, I had quite a bit of items of stealth equipped, so I was actually very stealthy despite the fact that I never trained stealth. That was a pretty funny thing. Mm, I very much like the fact that I can just run at things like I'm doing, because it's very much unlike what a normal deep elf would or should do. But it's still working out quite well because I get so many monsters with the polar vortex from the very beginning. That's something that I was not like even considering when I put on the boots, and yeah. it works perfectly. Run in, Polar Vortex, and then just wait 2 turns and things die. Let's train for conjurations. Yeah, at this point I can kind of train whatever I want. Like, I've been powerful enough to win the game for a bit, for quite a bit actually. I maybe should even train like defensive skills. These two, not shields, because after all I am only using a lowly buckler of protection. Definitely better than nothing. Much better than nothing actually, but nothing too impressive in terms of actually shielding me. Only using it for the protection brand that it has. This looks nasty. I see an extremely dangerous monster in there. Nasty sensed monster. We don't wanna be there. I wanna read magic mapping and see if all 3 downstairs are in there. Since not all 3 downstairs are in there, the correct thing to do, in my opinion, is to not do this. Okay, I think that seals off the whole thing. Yeah, I think I don't have to worry about accidentally out exploring in. Um, Fortunately, I don't have to worry about like having to do that in order to be able to progress to the next level, because there's some stairs outside. And if there's some stairs outside, I'm definitely not doing that. Yeah, okay, this strategy is actually great. Um, I was not sure of how much of a hindrance the boots were going to be, the 7 league boots, but they are good. They're actually not a hindrance at all. They're a massive thing for this character. I think that's because my character, at the end of the day, did manage to acquire a sizable amount of defenses. If I had tried to do this with the rope that I was using earlier, yeah, it wouldn't have worked, but we have adapted. Mm, okay, get me out of here. I'm not gonna do that because the layout is completely awful for me. Um, I would be able to do it with Firestorm, but not with Polar Vortex. With Polar Vortex, you really need like open space. Mm, I find it funny that the White Draconian Stormcaller can deal fire damage to you, or I guess I should say magma damage to you with Kaslal's invocation, Upheaval. Mm, okay, you remember how I mentioned monsters in grades earlier? Yeah, this is what I was talking about. I hate these bolts, but fortunately my character is very well equipped to deal with it. So it shouldn't be bad at all. Ah, I like how it just went away. Okay, I have Poisonous Vapors. I'm gonna learn it. I don't have that many spells, but I also don't need that many spells. Like, after all, I've been running around with Polar Vortex for a significant amount of the game. So yeah, what else could I possibly want? Mm, mm, I have summoned horrible things at 14%. It may not be a terrible idea to train more summonings, so I can get that. Yeah, I would use it as summon butterflies, by the way. Level 8 summon butterflies. It just goes to show how strong summon butterflies is. Mm. Killing the White Draconian Stormcaller is gonna be extremely painful if I don't use Poisonous Vapors against it. That's why I got it. Sometimes Ashenzari's scrying confuses me. Like, for example, Here I was able to see the Draconian, and to be fair, it's like translucent, right? But yeah, like the fact that I was able to see the red Draconian made me use also Kubus refrigeration, where in reality the red Draconian was not getting hurt by it. I was only using it on the white Draconian. So yep, just poison the dude, walk away. This is something that pretty much every character can do, because pretty much every character can cast level 2 spells at this point in the game. Poison the dude, walk away, and then like wait like 10 turns and then rinse and repeat. Let the poison do its magic. That one is nasty because it bites back quite heavily with its damnation. Mm, yeah, look at it. Now I am the one that has to rest to full HP. Fortunately, the poison that it had was enough to kill it. Let's continue. More of these Draconians to get rid of. Okay, the Drake is just gonna stay there. It's not smart enough to go around, which is pretty funny. You would think that it would be. Mm. I think the poison that the White Draconian currently has on it is enough to kill it. Um, Part of the reason why I don't like this bolt that much is because it slows the gameplay so much. Um, like this is not really challenging or dangerous in any way whatsoever. It's just boring. Mm. The worst part about it is that it has so many white draconians that are resistant to refrigeration, so I cannot kill them quickly. I have to poison them and wait. Mm. Okay. Um, I guess I could use Ignite Poison, which I guess I do have right here. I'll do that. The Cutting Wind dealt 36 damage. That was quite a bit. Yeah. It's nice that I had all those spell slots to spare. Made it less annoying to deal with that. I killed the strictly necessary Draconians and no more. Because I don't have to kill the other ones. And we've already established that killing those Draconians is a rather annoying process, so why kill any more than necessary? The curse though just gets completely destroyed by Polar Vortex. It was very intentional, the lunging from 7 League Boots. Yeah, I'm a big fan of 7 League Boots on my Polar Vortex spellcasters now. Just um, jumping into the middle of a band of monsters and then destroying them is great. Ratatoing, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. BB. Do I have LRD? I don't think I see it here. Let's search for it. No LRD. Alright. Do I want to fight BB? I feel like I can kill her. The layout is kinda awkward. I would like to go through the other side. Oh no, I cannot do that. In fact, it is probably a good idea to exclude those stairs so that I don't go through them on my way back up, because if I was to go through them, I would die. I would be almost guaranteed to die. And I don't want to die, so yeah. Okay, I am gonna leave BB alone. I don't have to kill her. One of the Stoneborn formed untold aeons ago with supreme command over rock. Her people shelter deep within the living earth, so whatever has forced BB into the oppressive openness of the dungeon must be dire indeed. but whatever it is, she's not talking. Very tanky, very large amounts of HP. Yeah, I was thinking about what to say there. Immune to poison, negative energy, torment, resistant to electricity, far cold, and drowning. And she hits pretty hard with her elemental damage. She also has eruption, pyroclastic surge, and creeping frost, which you cannot see in tiles, but I can see in console. Um, so yeah, all three of those hit for very large amounts of damage. She's pretty dangerous, very difficult to kill unless you are equipped appropriately, which usually is LRD. I don't have LRD, and by extension, I don't want to fight her because she is very resistant to the things that I'm doing with enough HP to make that into an issue. Because like let's take a look at this golden dragon, 100 HP, not that much armor class, and it has cold resistance, right? Like this guy dies to a single polar vortex, even without the iron shot. It died in like 3 ticks of the polar vortex. But BB would last significantly longer than that. It would last for multiple polar vortexes, probably. I would say 3. Magic mapping for the final level of the game. Let's exclude that for a bit. We don't want to go in there yet. I see some ghosts. Let's take a look at this fancy experience level 27 ghosts. Ouch. Ouch. That's unfortunate. Not the end of the world, but very unfortunate indeed. I'm glad that I have resistance to negative. Otherwise, those, instead of dealing 3 and 4 damage, would be dealing closer to 10. Okay, I think I'm good to go. I think I'm safe now. But the thing is that I don't know how to escape the level. Gonna move very, very slowly to make sure that I can react if I stumble upon anything. Okay, and I can safely rest in this level. Alright. It was awkward because the cursed toe appeared just as I was about to, or like just as my polar vortex came off cooldown. Yeah, now that I have full HP and full mana, it's just a matter of casting a couple of iron shots and it dies. I assume that these guys are gonna have some cold resistance, so killing them is probably gonna be significantly more difficult than killing the ghosts that were in this vault earlier in the game. Immune to cold, 221 HP, but not a lot of armor class. That one dies to Polar Vortex. Resistant, lots of armor class. That one also dies to Polar Vortex, but it's gonna take 2. Does it have spells? It has Blink, hits for 48. I can probably kill it. This one has Malin Gateway, immune to cold, 199 HP, definitely killable. And last but not least, this is probably the most dangerous one. This has Shatter and Crystal Spear. This is the reason why I'm not going to do this. It's not even that tanky. In fact, it is not cold resistant. But I get hit by a Crystal Spear, and things go very, very sour very, very quickly. I only have 2 scrolls of blinking, and that bolt has 1. That's definitely alluring. Wow, the electric golem stepped on the sod trap. All right, let's go ahead and do this. That sod trap was in a very awkward spot, but fortunately my stealth allowed me to maneuver past the Orb Guardian and position in such a way that whenever it woke up and started walking towards me, it was not gonna step on it. We have an alarm trap here, which we will probably be able to take advantage of. I feel like I would rather be fighting. This sod trap ruins everything. If the if the vestibule was completely empty, I would be able to just fight here with polar vortex, like be standing specifically in this style and just polar vortex everything. I just had an idea. What if I step on the sod trap myself? That way I make sure that the monsters cannot step on it. And yeah, that's not such a crazy idea. It may be bad, but it sounds interesting. I might do it. Um, I might do it. Mm, Alternatively, I could just fight in the longs the way that I have been doing so far. So far, not that many dudes here. Ancient Lich. This time I am actually capable of fighting you. This time you're not gonna hit me for 90 out of 100 out of my 111 HP, like you did earlier. 6% chance to petrify is not something to be worried about. I'm gonna start with Servitor. Mm, there we go. That was very easy. Let's go back to conjurations. After all, I did get that manual. Let's fully train it. Ashenzari, it is so insanely strong. I'm really astonished at how powerful Ashenzari is. I'm gonna use one of my 2 potions of brilliance. Didn't really get that many this time. I'm also gonna drink a potion of haste since I have a fair amount. We can also drink resistance. Yeah, just give myself good amounts of resistance to go in and fight. The potion of brilliance is so that my mana is pretty much doubled, since it makes my spells cost half mana. Orb of Fire, first one that we have seen. This is the position where we want to polar vortex on. I kind of want to drink attraction too. I'm gonna do it, but first polar vortex, then attraction. Then mana. I think I'm gonna drink mana just because like I'm safe now. Stat rot. Gonna drink invisibility because there's a ghost moth. I'm glad that I drank mana. Obviously, the invisibility doesn't do that much because a sizable amount of these guys see invisible. The killer clowns, the dread liches, the ancient liches, the orbs of fire. The draconians don't, which is nice. So yeah, here you can very clearly see what I meant when I said that it doesn't kill things fast. It does a ton of damage, but it takes quite a while for it to do its sizable amounts of damage. In this case, the Orb of Fire didn't die. The Dread Lich, the Ancient Lich didn't die. Mm, the Black Draconian Knight also was able to survive it. So I'm gonna have to cast it again. Mm, I think I'm fine, but I think I may also want to blink away for safety. Um, I can blink away and then cast Summon Horrible Things. And then by the time these guys are dead, I'm gonna be able to cast Polar Vortex again. Or I could just cast it now. Jeez. It seriously got me with a Crystal Spear. Um, that's tragic. And the dudes that I summoned are like over there because the leeches are invisible and they don't see invisible. That's actually kind of insane that they don't see invisible, being such a high level summon. I didn't get a Tentacle Monstrosity. Maybe Tentacle Monstrosity does see invisible. It does. So yeah, would have been nice to have a Tentacle Monstrosity. This is a rather inconvenient situation of my own doing. So if I die here, it's kind of my fault. But on the other hand, I got hit by a crystal spear, so come on, what's up with that? Um, okay, we got rid of the Ancient Lich. We got Berserkitis. Berserkitis is irrelevant. We haven't meleeed in a while. Oh, it's not irrelevant. No, it is irrelevant. Um, Ashenzari suppresses this, so it is irrelevant. Yeah, I have clarity. Man, you love to see it. Ashenzari is so miscellaneously broken. Like, it has such very niche, very small upsides, but whenever they come into play, you are gonna be grateful that they are there. Um, Still attracting, not hasted anymore, but it doesn't really matter. I already killed all that I needed to kill while hasted. I feel like this would be a good time to heal to full HP. Now that I fought the entirety of the first um, half of the SOT 5 bolts and I emerged victorious. The only time where it was kind of sketchy was when after I blinked the Ancient Lich hit me with a Crystal Spear. It was not a very high damage Crystal Spear, but it was a Crystal Spear regardless. This would be a good time to have Blink, but I don't have that. Um, so yeah, I'm gonna cast Refrigeration because I cannot Polar Vortex. Once again, that thing that I mentioned at the very start of this character, it is nice that I am a spellcaster and I can just like sit here casting spells when I get netted instead of having to worry mm, about getting rid of the net and then fighting. Okay, considering my current teleport, it is probably for the best that I do a full rotation of buffs again. Mm. Brilliance, invisibility, resistance, haste. Not might because we're not dabbing. Hmm. Having two ancient liches in opposite sides of the screen is a pretty inconvenient thing, not gonna lie, especially after that wore off and with this amount of HP. I could get one shot by a crystal spear, so I'm gonna stay away from the crystal spears. The ancient lich is about to die, and there we go. It sees invisible, it doesn't see invisible. Oh, I guess the ancient lich was not invisible. Ooh, I see a horde of extremely dangerous monsters coming my way. That's 3 orbs of fire that I don't want to fight right now because I'm at low HP. On the other hand, my buffs, I don't have more potions of brilliance, so I'm just gonna drink a couple of heal wounds to speed up the process of um, being in shape to. Sorry, give me a second. As I was saying, I drank a couple of potions of heal wounds to be back in shape to fight again. I'm gonna refresh my haste. Gonna drink invisibility. Gonna drink attraction again. Polar vortex. This would be much easier if I had another way to deal damage to these orbs of fire. I think a single polar vortex is not gonna kill them. Maybe this one, which happened to be hit by pretty much the entirety of it, but the other ones, not really. Um, but yeah, I would say that Polar Vortex is probably one of the greatest spells for the purposes of dealing with Orbs of Fire. Take a look at this. So I fought 3 Orbs of Fire there, And it did get kind of sketchy due to my rather low HP, but I have been able to pretty much devastate them. And there we go. This time I did get some tentacle monstrosities. This character is extremely strong. I should try to go Deep Elf of Ashenzari more often because, like, Deep Elf is already very, very powerful, right? But if you add Ashenzari into the mix, it just gets even more insane. And we're done. Let me pick this up. Step here. Oh, wow, that's so rare. In case you don't know what happened, I stepped into the teleport trap and it put me in the same spot. So out of all the tiles in the level, it landed me at exactly the same spot. It's happened like 3 or 4 times in all of my time streaming. That's crazy. Okay, pretty good teleports. Now get me out of here, Hell Sentinel. Go buy a lot of tickets. Okay, yep. Summon demonic butterflies definitely gets the job done. You know, there used to be a spell called Demonic Horde, which was a level 5 spell that summoned a bunch of imps and other stuff like that. And I used it like summon butterflies sometimes. It was summon butterflies that could actually kill some things. Um, but that got removed as well. Mm, and so now the closest thing to summon butterflies that is not the scroll of butterflies is probably summon horrible things, which is level 8. It says a lot that it's a level 8 spell, and I am using it as summon butterflies. Um, it says about the power of butterflies more than the weakness of summon horrible things. That's what I meant. Mm, man, that guy got absolutely dumpstered by Polar Vortex. It almost makes me feel bad for that poor Panlord. Mm. Advanced lunging technique to make it to the stairs before any nasty monsters appear. Mm. This spear of 3 pips of fire resistance that I bought was a very big deal for this character, I think. It's been my best fire resistance for the entirety of the game. Um, I went from using a Rove to using this. Okay, Mr. Ice Fiend, you are rather annoying, but I have a Scroll of Fogu. This is a situation where Scroll of Fogu is better than Scroll of Butterflies, in case you were thinking about it. Like, because I've received a couple of questions regarding that, like which one is better between Butterflies um, and Fogu. And like, yeah, it really varies between the situations. Like in that situation, if I had butterflies, I feel like butterflies wouldn't have done anything because they would have gotten instantly killed by um, not by torment, because torment doesn't instantly kill the butterflies since they have 1 HP. But they would have gotten killed by the bolt of cold from the ice fiend. They also wouldn't block the bolt of cold. But at least they would serve the purpose of blocking the bolt of fire from reaching me, so that's pretty good. Mm, First time here? Hello. You arrived just in time to see me finish this character. Used to be able to spam butterflies and kill things with Airstrike to kill things that couldn't get to you. Airstrike didn't care about surrounding tiles then. Oh yeah, it's been a while. I can do that with some horrible things, but yeah, now it takes a bit of extra effort to do such a thing. Just started playing this game a couple of days ago. Enjoy the journey. It is a very, very enjoyable game.
Doesn't believe in me.
Inon, thank you for the gifts of to Remglen. I appreciate it. We are going to blink past this guy. I only have one blinking. But I just came out of Polar Vortex. I think the correct thing to do is probably to blink and then haste and stuff to run away from the Tsitsi Mitul because it can kill me if I'm not careful with it. So haste and swiftness, and we run really fast now. We run twice as fast as monsters. Yeah, like that guy is super slow compared to me now. Crazy. Also, I can destroy this vault by digging here, so I can just get out now. And there we go. All right. Um, if you just started playing this game a couple of days ago, well, this is what it looks like when you win the game, and that's what it looks like to see like an end game enemy. A horrific fallen divinity possessing jaws of gnashing stone and a necklace of starry organs, it spreads disease and despair and patiently awaits the end of days where it will devour the sun. Pretty cool, right? Mm, it has Bolt of Draining, Symbol of Torment, and Dispel on that range, and it also it is a speed 10, um, but it can hit you to slow you, which can be pretty scary. Um, I didn't want to mess with it because of the torment thing. I was pondering um, whether or not I should drink potion of 3 to make myself immune to the torment, but I decided against it. Like, might as well just squeeze my last the last bit of value out of the scroll of blinking that I got. This game I didn't really get that many scrolls of blinking. It was one of those games where I get like 4 or 5. But fortunately, it was okay because it was a pretty powerful character. We got Polar Vortex from the very beginning. Um, I'm glad that I was able to pilot this character to a win. Now let's make it official. Mm, you have escaped. So, escape with the orb and 3 runes, and it took me 4 hours. Such a sharp contrast to the Demon Spawn Necromancer that I played the other day. It took me 2 streams to beat. Um, yeah. You've only been playing Minotaur Berserker so far for learning. Once you grow tired of melee characters, try a Jin. Jin are extremely great for the purposes of spellcasting. I like them quite a bit. Mm. The Acid Dragon scales Ascend game armor. You like it? Yeah, acid scales are good. Like, it's a decent amount of armor class that you get out of them. I wouldn't be surprised if I got like 15 armor class off of those or so. Like, I ended with 31 armor class, I think. Um, and yeah, it was a perfect combination of giving me a resistance that I didn't have in the form of resistance to corrosion, giving me armor class that I didn't have, and being light enough that I could cast my level 9 spell without really having that many issues. This was just such an insanely strong character. I think it's the first deep elf of Ashenzari that I've played in a while, probably since the changes to Ashenzari, and yeah, that was something else. The thing is that Ashenzari will not provide you with the tools to win. It will only make it so that any tools to win that you find are insanely efficient, and like you get them going pretty much immediately. In this case, I went for Ashenzari because I didn't get Behemoth in the temple and I already had refrigeration. And I'm glad that I did because I think Ashenzari just made my character ridiculously strong. Ashenzari was the MVP for this character, I think. But anyway, that